you so much. Mayor Sohi, as everyone's just getting settled, is it possible that I read out the emergency response and evacuation script for council chambers?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. So if there is an emergency in council chambers, everybody is required to evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery behind me need to take direction from our security colleagues. Council members, please follow me as we exit. After evacuating the room, please do take the stairwells down to ground level and evacuate through the emergency exit and go to the muster point, which is shown on the screen. Please do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. If there's anybody with limited mobility, please identify yourself now to security and we'll be happy to assist you in case of an emergency. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mayor Sohi.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that City Council is meeting on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland. And we also acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota, Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council colleagues. Councilor Wright.
Good morning.
Councilor Knack.
Good morning.
Councilor Principe.
Good morning.
Councilor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councilor Paquette. Councilor Tang.
Good morning.
Councilor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councilor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councilor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councilor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councilor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councilor Jans.
Good morning.
All right. Okay. Approval of the minutes. Councilor Hamilton.
Could we start with the agenda, Mayor Sohi?
Sorry. Approval of the agenda. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I'll move that the March 18-19 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 7.4, budget process recommendations for the 2027 to 2030 budget approach to zero-based budgeting. Item 7.5, options for further enhanced LRT safety. 7.7, Capital City Downtown Community Revitalization Levy End Date Extension. Attachment 7. Item 8.2, amendments to Bylaw 18156, Council Committee's Bylaw. Item 9.5, legal update, verbal report, and attachment 1. And there's one more. I believe item 9.6 is a written report that's now a verbal report, correct?
9.2, and you're correct.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, item 9.2, Enterprise Commons update verbal report.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the adoption of the agenda. Yes.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Jans.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
No.
It is carried.
You're muted, Mayor Sohi, but I feel like this is probably my time to shine. The one thing I'm good at is just approving minutes. I was worried you were taking it away from me. Let me move that we approve the minutes from the January 14th, 2025 Special Audit Subcommittee, the February 24th, 2025 City Council public hearing, the February 25th, 26th, 2025 City Council meeting, and the March 10th, 2025 City Council non-regular meeting.
Second.
All right. Second by Councilor Rice. Any errors or omissions?
Sorry, can you confirm we heard Councillor Stevenson. Can you just confirm who seconded?
Oh, okay, Councilor Stevenson then. Okay. All right. Any errors or omissions? I see none. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We have few protocol items. I will start here. Okay. So I would like to acknowledge that International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination is this Friday, March 21st. On this day in 1960, police in Sharpeville, South Africa killed 69 people who were peacefully demonstrating against apartheid passed laws. These laws required Black South Africans and other racialized groups to carry special documentation and restricted where they could travel, live, and work. This Friday, it will have been 65 years since the Sharpeville massacre. While apartheid in South Africa ended 35 years ago, March 21st is recognized annually as a turning point in the global fight for equality. It is a reminder that while progress towards anti-racism has happened, we must never take that progress for granted. And we must always be working towards a more just, equitable future for everyone. Edmonton is a vibrant and welcoming city that is today because of the many diverse communities who make their homes here. Whether your roots are in our city go back thousands of years, or you moved here last week, everyone who lives here is an Edmontonian. But systemic racism remains a significant barrier to many in our city. Too many people still face intolerance and discrimination that threatens to impose limits on their potential. Edmonton's journey to being an anti-racist city requires complex, generational, and multifaceted work that we have a plan to get there. The city's actions are guided by our anti-racism strategy, which has a number of different approaches to help us address this complexity head-on. We are creating systemic changes and championing community leadership to improve equity, accountability, and make clear progress toward truth and reconciliation. But the key to building an anti-racist future for Edmonton is collaboration. It is all of our responsibility to ensure that everyone is treated with dignity and respect, no matter where they're from, no matter the color of their skin. Together, we can create a world where diversity is celebrated, where every individual is valued, and their differences are respected. Thank you so much. And the second one is also very close to my heart. And this one is the appreciation of the Transit Operator and Workers Appreciation Day. So today, on March 18th, our city celebrates Transit Operator and Worker Appreciation Day alongside communities across North America. Every day, through rain, snow, or shine, ETS staff help Edmontonians get to where they want to go conveniently, safely, and reliably. Whether driving a train or bus, doing maintenance or repairs, or enhancing the transit experience, they help keep Edmonton moving. City Council has prioritized investing in infrastructure needed to support our rapidly growing city. We have opened the Valley Line Southeast LRT, added on-demand bus services, and introduced convenient ARC payment card system. And just as important, we have invested in more transit police officers, community partnerships, and increased safety measures. This has resulted in a monthly ridership exceeding 6 million for the first time ever in our history late last year. And we have one of the strongest post-pandemic ridership recoveries in the country. Transit operator and worker day appreciation reminds us of the integral role that transit employees have played in these accomplishments. And we welcome more newcomers in the years ahead. We will continue to rely on the hardworking and dedicated staff at ETS to deliver excellent service. So a big thank you to every worker who supports our public transportation system. I encourage all riders to show their gratitude to staff on the routes and get to know their transit operators. Thank you so much, and thank you for all the good work that everyone does. Okay, so are there any other protocol items? Okay, all right, now then we are going to go into selecting items for debate. I saw Councilor Stevenson pop up, or Councilor Knack, or so. Who wants? Councilor Knack, you want to start?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Stevenson, go ahead, please.
I'm going to select item 7.5, 7.8. I suppose I do 7.7. Oh, well. Okay, I'll do 7.7. So 7.5, 7.7, 7.8. And then I'm happy to grab the must be selected for.
The number, please, of item?
7.9.
Yeah.
And 9.4 and 9.5.
Thank you. Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'd like to select items 7.1 and 7.2. And I do have a quick question about on 8.1. And we must select 8.2, I believe. So we'll do that. And then I think we've got one other. You're going to select that. Okay. I think that's it for me. Oh,
Okay.
whoops. Sorry. Made one last mistake. 7.4. Thank you. That's where it was.
7.4. Okay. All right. Councilor Wright.
If I could select 9.2, please.
9.2. Councilor Jans.
It's all gone now. I'm good.
It's all gone. All right. Okay.
What would you
Can
like to do?
someone?
What would you like
sorry,
to do with
sorry,
7.6, Mayor Sohi?
Councilor Rice.
So I would like to select 7.3 just for voting purpose only.
7.3.
7.6? Okay, yeah, the larger one. Thank you,
And
Councilor
7.6.
Rutherford. That's all.
Councilor Salvador.
Yeah, apologies. I was looking to select 7.3, not just for voting purposes.
Okay, no worries.
Thanks.
Okay. Okay. All right. So those are items selected. Can someone move the balance?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
just waiting for a couple more votes.
Apologies. Was 9-3 selected?
No.
Oh, I thought it was selected. Can I,
Mayor Sohi, do you want to recall the vote's not yet complete. Would you like to stop the vote?
Oh, Councilor Tang, you want to select 9-3?
yes, please.
Can we just stop can you give me instructions to stop the
Okay,
vote,
well,
please?
yeah, just let's stop the vote, and Councilor Tang is selecting 9-3.
Yeah, just before we put the vote back on the floor, can I just confirm what was selected this morning in case I missed it?
Okay, so 7-5, 7-8, 7-7, 7-9, 9-4, 9-5, Councilor Stevenson selected those. 7-4, 7-1, 7-2, 8-1, 8.1, 8.2, Councilor Knack selected those. 9-2, Councilor Wright selected. And 7-6 and 7-3, Councilor Rice selected, and 9-3, Councilor Tang. Okay? All right. Here, balance is moved by Councilor Knack and seconded by Councilor Rutherford. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Are there any requests to speak? We don't hear at the council anyways, right?
Mayor
So we
Sohi,
will
can I just
carry on.
confirm for the administration and the public what council's completed already this morning?
Oh, yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Just to be really clear, so council's approved the recommendations in the following two reports, 710, the Carnation Eco Station expansion, as well as item 9.1, the council member appointments to civic agencies. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. And, okay, we're carrying on. So no request to speak. Oops, sorry. I am so sorry. Okay. Request for time specific on the agenda? Eileen, are there any other than what we
Yes,
already approved?
Yes, there's one recommendation, please.
Councilor Hamilton?
Thank you. I will move that the following item be dealt with at a time specific on the agenda. Item 7.7, Capital City Downtown Community Revitalization Levy End Date Extension. First item of business on Tuesday, March 18th.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Sorry, bylaws. Councilor Cardinal.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will first of all move the recommendation in item 8.4.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of item 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, and 8.9.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move second reading of items 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, and 8.9.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes,
Please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move consideration of third reading of items 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, and 8.9.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 21013, Bylaw 21059, Bylaw 21060, Bylaw 21061, Bylaw 20937, Bylaw 21083, and Bylaw 20867.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you, Councilor Cardinal and Councilor Rice. Any councilor inquiries?
Yes, I have one, Mayor Sohi.
Okay. Go ahead, please. I know you gave me the notice on this. I got it. Yeah, please go ahead.
So I have the inquiry that administration provides through a memo information on the status of new schools lacking playground amenities, including identify how new programs will be prioritized for funding and development. The due date is Q3 2025.
Okay. All right. Any other inquiries? Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, 4.1. Okay, request to reschedule reports, unfinished business. So we are going into our first items, 7.1 and 7.2, Aileen?
No, so there's a time specific. So the first item that council has decided it wants to deal with this morning is item 7.7.
Yeah, 7.7, yeah, got it. Okay, we just approved, okay. So we are gonna go on to 7.7, Capital City Downtown Community Revitalization Levy End Date Extension. Okay. This was at the committee. Let me click on it. All right, I will, Councilor Salvador, can you take the chair, please, so I can introduce the item?
Yes, I have the chair.
Okay, so this report was at the executive committee meeting, and we had a very comprehensive conversation. We also heard from a number of speakers sharing their views on the overall development in the downtown and revitalization in the downtown and the extension of the CRL and the addition of the number of projects into the CRL if CRL extension is is approved, and then the committee recommended this to council for consideration and for approval. And I will move the recommendation that administration apply to the province to extend the capital city downtown community revitalization levy by 10 years to 2044 to incorporate the projects listed in attachment 3 of the March 5th, 2025 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 02445 with the addition of the Windspear Center expansion project, and if approved, prepare an amended community revitalization levy bylaw and the return to a future city council public hearing.
Mayor Sohi, just before you move on and start with your introduction of the motion, I just want to draw council's attention to an additional piece of information that was added as a private attachment. My apologies, this was only added this morning. And so I just wanted to make sure that all of City Council had access to that information. It is both in eScribe and in Diligent, and it is private. And if council has any questions about the attachment, perhaps you would like to go in camera and ask those questions.
This is attachment 7, right?
That's correct, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, I see it in the diligence. So so you want me? I moved the motion. So now Councilor Salvador is going to chair.
Can you just confirm who seconded that?
Councilor Stevenson?
Councilor Stevenson seconded? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor, recognizing there's potentially some additional information that was added recently. I would suggest we hear from administration, have a presentation, and then have an opportunity to go in private if there is interest from colleagues to get that information before we proceed further. Does that sound reasonable? Yeah. Administration, I should actually ask Mayor Sohi, given that this was at committee, is there a desire for an additional presentation from administration, or maybe we can just go right into question? Okay. Is there an interest in moving into private, or do we have public questions that we can ask prior to? Councilor Knack, I see you're on the board.
Yeah, I think I should ask my question, sir, because I didn't even realize this attachment existed, so I think going into private will even give us a few minutes to maybe read that and get that. But in the meantime, just a few questions, and sorry, my apologies to my colleagues. I was at the AB Munis President's Summit when this was being discussed. I went back and listened to the meeting and heard the presentation, heard all the questions, heard all the speakers. So I don't think my questions are duplicates here, but apologies nevertheless for not being able to be there for committee. So I wanted to ask, the part that I'm still struggling with is the addition of 2 specific catalyst projects, the event park and the site servicing for Village at Ice District. So in this presentation, or rather in this report, there is information about the Village at Ice District and event park. I guess what I first want to confirm is, do we have any independent analysis by the City of Edmonton or Explore Edmonton on what this would mean for the 2 city-owned venues, obviously Expo Center and Edmonton Convention Center?
We don't have formal analysis that's been done, Councillor Knack, but when we took a look at Event Park in particular, and the market in Edmonton in terms of what venues we have available, and this venue is intended to fill a piece in our market that we don't have for smaller scale venues, and wasn't seen or perceived as a competition to the convention center or the expo center, but rather a complement in the suite of things our city has to sell.
Appreciate that, and I guess the reason I'm asking is that, you know, it sounds like we've done very high level analysis. We've obviously had at budget time a pretty detailed conversation about how we fund Explore Edmonton and what that looks like, and what I'm worried about is adding something that feels like we haven't done enough of an analysis before we know could that impact the financial. It might in fact grow the pie, maybe it does, and if it does, that's great. Does that potentially create a financial liability in other areas that we own right now? And how, if we haven't done that analysis, when would that happen for us to get a sense of if there's a real or impact on this?
So based on, as you said, the high-level analysis we've done so far, at this point in time, we do believe it is going to be complementary, but that next level of detailed analysis is something we can take away and ensure is included when we come back with funding requests when we get to a point for funding for these projects. At this point in time, we're just looking to include them on the CRL plan for consideration for future funding. So if they're not on the plan, we can't even get to that next step.
And Councilor Knack, I would just add that through the process to get here, there was consultation done with Explore and other venues around, you know, this introduction of a new facility and any feedback around that could have been shared.
Yeah, and I guess it'd be nice to be able to get some of that detailed perspective from those other parties like Explore Edmonton. I think, you know, I had a phone call, but at the same time, that's very different than getting an understanding and a breakdown of how that could or could not impact. Again, it might have a net positive for all of Explore Edmonton and the city. I don't feel like I have that level of due diligence right now. So what I'm hearing is that there is a way to, if this were to be added today, which I still want to ask a little bit more about, there is something that will trigger a more detailed independent analysis than what we've been given so far before any type of decision is made.
Yes, that would come when we look to fund the projects and provide the justification and analysis related to it. Before you today is the project list to be able to advance, including it in a CRL plan and bylaw.
Yeah, it's just we're sort of predetermining this to be a catalyst project, and I'm not sure I've seen the data to justify if this is a catalyst project yet. I think there's a lot of projects on this list that very much are, and I'm just, that's what I'm trying to figure out of order of operations. Do I add something to be a catalyst project without having actually understood if it can or can't be, or do I get that data first and then at an appropriate time add that if it is determined that it is in fact a catalyst project?
So all the catalyst projects that we add to the CRL plan are based on our best estimates at the time of the level of uplift and benefit to the community that they will add. But it is only a plan. So when circumstances change before we come to council before funding, we would outline that and then we would explain how it's changed, and the ultimate decision would lie with council.
I'll have more questions. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi, did you have questions as well?
Yeah, just a couple of questions on the, I don't know if I asked this at the committee, the prioritization of the projects within the CRL, right? That happens at what stage? If, for example, if the projects are approved, there's a list of projects within the CRL, but we have the ability to prioritize them, right? And at what stage that prioritization takes place?
Yeah, so the projects will be prioritized by council as they come up through the budget process. Adding them to the plan today merely identifies an alternative source of funding for these projects, that being the CRL. There is no prioritization that we've done in the work to date. These are just the catalyst projects we think should go forward. So I would point out that scheduling and prioritization are also two different things. So
I see. Got it. And the impact of specific project on other facilities, for example, one of the things that I have heard about is from folks who run our music venues in the downtown, right? And if we are adding our project into the list of catalyst projects in the CRL, and there are concerns from the community of that specific project, does that engagement look like to hear those voices of those who might be concerned about a specific project?
well, there's a couple of opportunities for engagement. So there's engagement when we come back for a public hearing if the province approves the list of catalyst projects. There's also project-specific engagement would be a part of the budget process when we bring forward a capital profile. The public would be able to engage at that point in the traditional manner.
Okay, so budget process is one. Can you elaborate on the other one? Like if catalyst projects comes through council for approval through a bylaw or funding? Or
Yeah, so the next step, if we apply for the extension based on council's direction today, the next step for council will be after it goes through administration, the provincial government administration and cabinet approved, it then comes back to council for a public hearing. And at that time, anybody can register and engage and speak to any of the projects in the plan, and the CRL plan is up for debate at that time based on what cabinet has approved.
Got it. Okay, good.
Mayor Sohi,
That's
I
all I
would
need.
just add that the entire project list is intended to support economic activity, increase vibrancy, more people downtown that have a benefit to other businesses potentially in the downtown that are operating.
Absolutely. Like overall, these are good projects, but if there's specific concern about specific project, there's ability for stakeholders to engage through the budget process as well as through the bylaw process, bylaw hearing. Okay.
Yes.
Good. Okay, Cookie. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Jans.
Thank you. Could you tell me when we first started having this conversation about the CRL extension?
Yeah, it was April of last year when we brought a report on potential housing incentives funded by the CRL. The original motion goes back to that date.
And so that would have been April 2024.
Correct.
And so it was about the housing incentives. It wasn't about the Premier's remarks that funding would be provided in parity with Calgary?
No, it was about the housing incentives, and at that time, the Windspear project was added to the list to look at.
So we started the CRL conversation prior to the separate conversation with the OEG?
At my level, yes.
The motion had directed administration to look at other catalyst projects within the CRL and what an extension would look like.
Okay. And which is more financially beneficial to the city, a CRL extension or just a no strings attached grant?
We would need more detail to make that determination.
I guess I'm looking at Calgary with their new arena deal. They aren't doing a CRL. Is that correct?
The Calgary CRL, I believe, is involved in some of the detail of that project. I don't have a complete breakdown, but it is not CRL 0. There is some involvement of the CRL in Calgary in what they're doing.
Councilor Jans, I believe that up here, sorry, Stacy. The province, my understanding is that province extended the CRL in downtown Calgary before the agreements were undertaken on the event block that is occurring down there.
So that would have been for the west, what's it called, West Village, East Village? The East Village developments with the Calgary Municipal Land Corp?
The CRL in Calgary that was extended was the Rivers CRL.
Right, which was not the BMO Center, the Saddle Dome project, everything. That was separate. That's I guess where I'm going with this is the Premier said that she wants to be ruthlessly fair between Calgary and Edmonton, but when I look at this, we're being asked to take on a CRL, and Calgary is getting a lot more just grants, which, as I see it, are no strings attached, revenue flexible, cash in pocket. That doesn't seem fair. I wanted to understand it better. If admin had anything to add to that.
What we have from the government of Alberta is a desire to partner and revitalize downtown. So through Budget 2025, they've recognized the demands of our growing population and the recognition of revitalizing downtown, have provided funding for some specific projects, being the downtown revitalization, Coliseum, and site improvements, along with Event Park.
They didn't, but I guess the funding mechanism, they said they want to revitalize downtown, but why are we having to do a much larger CRL than Calgary? Why aren't we getting parity in grant funding or cash?
It was seen that the projects would be shared among the partners between the government of Alberta, the city of Edmonton, and OEG for two specific projects, the event center and site servicing.
Which we have, but we haven't even agreed that those should be in the CRL yet. Like, I guess on the CRL conversation, it just seems Calgary, again, is getting a lot more. If I had the choice between getting cash or gift cards, I'd always choose cash, flexibility. And here we are getting a gift card to the OEG store. Or I guess it's being tied to one thing. And I guess have we been told by the Premier or by the government of Alberta that there's a reason why it has to be CRL?
I think through the conversations, it was seen around how we could leverage that partnership between the three parties, and the CRL used as a financing tool, particularly for the City of Edmonton's contribution, that wouldn't have an impact on the tax levy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rice?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I do have a few questions, but I feel sorry I didn't capture quickly enough to have the presentation. Otherwise, I would like to have the presentation for the new information, and because I was missing the first conversation back to January 13th. And I was not there for that one. So I do have some questions. Please bear with me for that. I want to focus on our city owning financial situation. I don't think this is proper time to do any comparison with Calgary, but we could ask certain questions and how they impact on our city. I would like to look at that financing. So that financing related improvements and in the CR area. Right now, and based on the project list here, do you have a specific idea of how much that financing we need to those projects you proposed here, listed here? I would like to have that information for me to make a decision.
Yeah, so the length of the extension, based on different scenarios, is roughly between, I think, 665 and 930 million. The extension is based on modeling that we provided that shows that will be what we invest. So you have to match the length of the extension with the planned investment. So when we say we're looking to invest between 630 and 900 million, that ties to the length of the extension we're asking for, so that we net out around break even in the medium scenario. Now, there's a lot of play in those numbers, so that is our best guess at this date and time, which is why we provide annual updates and 3 scenarios in each annual update, a high, medium, and low, and then council can make decisions on where we're at, where we're trending, and which projects should receive funding as we go forward, but that's our best guess.
So why I'm asking this question? Because that 7th will impact our budget, because that will reflect in our operating budget and how we pay the back from interest. And as you already know, and so far, and then if we look at 2025, our expenditure budget, and 11% of operating budget will pay our debt 7th. And so I just want to see the connection there, and I do not want to see this significant impact and to increase that percentage for use our operating budget to pay those debt financing.
So CRL revenues in the CRL area are set aside to pay for CRL specific debt. How that affects our overall debt, I would ask finance to weigh in, but I don't believe it's going to impact. If we stayed in the medium scenario, it would not impact tax levy because it's being paid for out of revenue generated by the CRL.
Okay, so I need that confirmation, very clear line to be drawn, and for the public better understanding of that.
So Councilor Rice?
Yes.
The way that the CRL is designed to work is, to the extent that these projects on the list are municipal infrastructure, the city can borrow for the construction of that infrastructure, and the loan, so the principal payments and the interest of the loan are repaid using the tax lift generated by the catalyst development within the CRL. So that all incurs kind of in that closed CRL system. And then when you set your tax levy, your tax levy budget, the 6.1% that you've approved for this year, that doesn't include anything related to the CRL.
Okay, so that is for 2025. I will have follow-up question on that piece. The next question, and just quickly on regarding operation and routine maintenance of the private-owned municipal facility or services. So based on what I read here, we have to put some money additionally to do some maintenance and operation for the municipal facilities. And so that is not including this estimate total amount. So that is additional request in the budget. So is that my understanding correct? And because we're not use cell funds for those type of maintenance and operations. So I don't have time, I will come back for the second one.
Thank you. Councilor Wright?
Thank you. So that tax uplift that's generated from the CRL goes back into the CRL to pay down that debt. But if it happened, if there was tax uplift, I guess that happened organically, that would then go towards city operations and thereby potentially reducing the tax levy.
So within the CRL zone, any tax uplift above the baseline year goes to the CRL. Doesn't matter if it's related to a specific project in the CRL zone or not.
It's boundary driven, Councillor.
Okay,
Wright.
okay. Because I recall hearing at committee that we've had a number of, like, I think it was over 400 permits or something, development permits that were approved last year. Okay, so that's where I was thinking, if it's just happening and on its own, we would generate we would generate the taxes to just to help with our overall operations, but otherwise it would go back to CRL. Okay. So in April of 2024, we talked about, or you talked about the housing incentives, but that's for attainable housing, right? I'm looking at, I think it's attachment 3 where it talks about the list of projects. What is attainable housing? That's not affordable housing.
The definition on attainable housing, depending on the source, is slightly different, but for the purposes of this, it's market or below. So they specifically reference middle and lower income. Yes,
Okay,
attainable housing is market, but also below market. Not anything that would be considered luxury.
Okay, but if people are willing to pay a market value for luxury housing, isn't that market?
Yes, but that's the intent is at middle and lower income.
Okay, but there's nothing specific in here, like as far as for student housing or supportive, affordable housing,
So we haven't included program design in the CRL plan.
okay. But I think in attachment 3, it says that the program details would be subject to provincial guidelines. So can they put in any sort of stipulations, or can cabinet approve conditions?
Yeah, I think that's the next coming conversation.
Okay, so we might not be prioritizing in our list, but they could prioritize or put conditions on their approvals.
They can.
Okay.
But Councillor Wright, I would just note that there is a desire, we're hearing from the province to enable more housing to be built. And certainly that was recognized in the announcement around the investment in the downtown, was that there's recognition of our growing population and the need for more housing.
Attainable housing or affordable housing?
So, well, we need both. But the project listed here is related to attainable housing, and part of that is because we need the tax uplift that helps to support the other projects that we're supporting through the CRL, because that's how we pay for things, is the tax uplift.
Okay, still not sold on this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack, could you take the chair, please?
I've got the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, just wanted to get a little bit more clarity. I know a similar question was asked at committee, but on the site servicing, just recognizing the timelines for the first 3 buildings, 2028, and then the rest sort of progressively by 2038. Can you just remind me what if any sort of risk mitigation do we have, or tools do we have around the timing and surety provided around the timing of that build out?
Certainly at this point, we have that commitment for the first 3 buildings, around 350 units by 2028. Through the work of a master agreement, we are working through additional mitigation measures and expectations around timing and how funding would be released or provided for any of the site improvements. The site improvements are constructed by the developer and paid for and then recovered through the CRL later. So we're working through the details of how to manage and mitigate the risk through that.
Okay, and through the master agreement, there would be finer grain detail around those expectations?
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll take the chair back, Councilor Knack. And,
Are you
or
willing
actually,
to
I'll
move?
move a second round.
I have a seconder first.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Wright. Please vote on a second round.
Mayor Sohi?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. I'll return the chair.
Thank you. And Councilor Knack, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to just pick up on the site servicing piece. That was my other set of questions here, along with. So similar to the event park, I'm just wanting to get a sense of, do we have sort of an internal independent analysis that shows, how do we get the most housing? Because I heard at that conversation during executive committee that I think almost every speaker said attainable housing was their number one priority. This could potentially provide some housing, maybe attainable, may not. It's a site servicing piece. What I'm trying to get a sense of is it seems to be the same amount of money that would be invested in this as currently invested in the entire attainable housing fund. Do we have some type of independent analysis that helps me understand how do I get the best bang for my buck to get as much housing built as possible, since that was asked to be the priority?
Well, certainly the amount for the site servicing is to unlock 2,500 units in the area that's related to the area north of Rogers Place. As it relates to an attainable housing, as Brett had mentioned, we would need to work through a program to look at how or what that could look like to do just that. How do we get the most value or the most number of units for the dollars that we have?
Because what I'm trying to understand is that, it's great it could unlock 2,500 units there. What if I can, through getting rid of surface parking lots as part of our overall exercise, get 4,000 units in other spots because developers already have servicing at those sites, and we would just be doing whatever the attainable housing fund looks like. I feel like I don't have that analysis to determine, am I getting more housing? Maybe there's a citywide benefit of activating this particular site and getting 2,500 units there, even if I could get 4,000 in the rest of the downtown. But I don't think I've seen that analysis yet. So would that, again, be part of our future work? Would we need to still ask for that to get that?
I think when we come back with the plan on a housing incentive, the details of it, which council will have to approve, I think that analysis and type of work of what's best bang for the buck will be included in that.
Will that include, because I heard a lot of different, folks from the business community at the executive committee, some who maybe own land in the downtown outside of the Village at Ice District, and I guess I'm almost wondering, is there a bit of a need for a request or expression of interest to say, listen, if we had this kind of money, what are we going to be able to do? How can we, everyone's goal is revitalize downtown. I think the number one goal is getting more people living there 24/7. How am I doing that if I'm committing 42 million to this particular site, and is that giving me more value than the 30 to 50 million? Is that giving me the same? Is that giving me better? So you're saying there will be some body of work that would get us that type of information.
Yes, it would be included in the next plan on a housing incentive, so that you will see the details of what we're recommending and what we've engaged with the development community on what would make it work.
Does that, so in both the event park and the site servicing, does that come in advance of the public hearing? Or as part of the public hearing process, is there going to be some very detailed independent reports from the city that has shown this type of work?
Not at public hearing. We will include as much detail as we have, but as those projects advance and mature, in terms of the information that we have or the program details for the housing incentive as an example, those are other information data points for council to inform their decision-making.
I think where I keep struggling is that means we would have a public hearing to ask the public if we should add these to this work and extend the CRL, which the extension part is fine, without knowing if this is in fact going to deliver what I think we want it to. And so how do we get, I guess what I would be curious about is how do we make sure that information doesn't come after a public hearing but comes at a public hearing? Because I don't see how we can ask Edmontonians their views if we're not giving them all of the information ahead of time.
So when we come to public hearing, the plan will include the level of detail necessary based on what the province has advised us is needed to get the provincial approval. The program development within the confines and riverbanks set at the public hearing would come after that, but the big number, the total amount that we plan to invest would be at public hearing. And it must be, otherwise it's not a legitimate public hearing. So, but the actual program design and detail will come later after we've engaged with the development community on what's happening and what they see as most beneficial. I would say on the site servicing, the criteria that we've used to include it in the CRL plan now is it pays for itself. So if there's a better project that delivers more units than 2,500 in the downtown CRL, we're not currently aware of it, but we haven't done that engagement on the design of a plan. Having said that,
I'm out of time, so I'll come back around. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Rice.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your answers for so many questions. I want to continue for additional spending anticipated. Okay. So I thought something you want to say there. So because the CL funds cannot be used for the operational and routine maintenance and for either private or municipal facilities. And then if we're going and look at the table 1 and we're going to have like proposed 5 new projects, and then for the existing 5 projects, we're going to expand it, the scopes. So I just wondering, do you have any anticipated number, what maintenance, what operation could be required, and then for us to approve this? So for me, and then my questions, I'm no problem to extend this, but I really want to make sure how that impacts on our existing financial situation.
So those details will come forward when we bring the actual service package the capital profile forward to fund those. The impacts of the capital spend on operations will be included there. And those details are provided at that time for council to review and decide whether that project makes sense or not. At this level, we're identifying projects, some of which we have some detail on because they're already in the hopper, some of which we don't have a lot of detail on. But this isn't the approval of the project to say yes or no. This is saying these are the projects we would like to add. We're going to add them to the plan and then do that work to come back and inform council on things like how much is...
From like step-by-step perspective. But however, the question I received from the public is, if we're doing this, what's the impact for the existing project budget? What's existing, because right now the public is really concerning about the tax keep increase, our debt increase, and if our debt finance, we already have like the anticipated like $5.5 billion for 2025 at end. And so this is why I'm asking this type of questions. I have no questions for the 5 new projects, so I'm happy for how you the information presented here. I do have the question regarding the Jasper Avenue new vision for the existing project. Can you tell me this $70 million, the estimated 2024 dollars is additional, we already approved the budget, or this $70 million also including the portion of the approved budget?
I believe that includes the already approved portion, but I would have to go back and double check, which I will do.
So because this is a big number, and then for only like between 102 Avenue and 109 Street, that's $70 million. I would like to see the broken down what is Jasper Avenue New Vision, and because the question I received is why we keep doing Jasper Avenue over and over, the construction never stopped. So,
Yeah, so that project's done to checkpoint 3, so I believe the funding that's additionally required has not yet been approved, so that would be, so the funding that's in there would be net new to finish that project.
So another big number for the existing project is that green and walkable downtown, like 80 to 120 million dollars. The same question to that one as well. I would like to know what's the current approved budget and how this number break down, and will we request additional funding and for the spending.
Yeah, so most of that will be net new as well. Green and walkable is very much an opportunistic profile that allows us to jump on opportunities as we see them, but also when regular maintenance occurs, if there's an opportunity to upgrade something in the core, then we would apply that additional funding. So the 80 to 120 million is what we expect to set aside, but it's an estimate, and it's something that will depends very specifically on the project. So that one's a little fuzzier.
Okay, so in total, there are like 10 projects here, and we have something for existing, we have another 2, so 12 projects here. When you come back, next step, you will provide all the operation and maintenance additional spending anticipated dollar amounts, right?
When we bring back capital profiles for specific projects, yes.
So not only capital, I'm talking about operation and maintenance as well.
Yes, the operating
And
impacts.
because that is not part of CRA funding, that is our operating budget.
That's correct,
I
yeah.
want to know that very clear.
Yes, the operating impacts of capital will be included in those capital profiles at that time. So you'll see the capital spend and the impact.
And also the debt financing number as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you. Councilor Cartmel?
My questions are on the private attachment. I thought, because Councilor Knack was already on the board, I thought I'd let him talk and then we would go in private. Clearly, however, so I leave it at the discretion of the chair. I have no questions on the public stuff.
Councilor Paquette, are your questions for public or in private?
Public.
Please go ahead.
Okay, I don't know if you can hear me okay. If not, let me know.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So I just want to backtrack to get a bit so I can understand this a little bit more clearly. We were asked for the lots surrounding the arena that those could be maintained as parking for an additional 5 years. Was that correct?
I believe so, Councilor Paquette, though I think there may have been an amendment to reduce the number of years. I just have to double check. But yes, there's a parking area that does have approval for a number of years.
Yeah, so we had discussed that a little bit ago, and then so I'm just trying to wrap my head around this question about revitalization, spurring housing development. Isn't that already on the clock?
So certainly for some areas of the downtown, and in particular the Village at Ice District, there has been some master planning work done by the owner, along with updating the rezoning in terms of the vision for that area. Before you with the site servicing is around the infrastructure to enable the built form development. So streetscaping, remediation, park development.
Right. Okay. So here's where I need some unpacking, because as far as I understand, when someone goes to develop, they're responsible for that infrastructure.
Generally, we do have, yes, the requirements of a developer for upgrading any existing infrastructure that's needed to serve the development. We recognize, particularly within redeveloping communities, that creates challenges. So as an example, through the Housing Accelerator Fund, we have an infill infrastructure fund to help unlock or remove that barrier of the cost of infrastructure to enable more housing to be built. And so this is sort of part of that. The need for infrastructure to unlock housing to be built.
Okay, so maybe I'm being dense here and I need some help then. When a developer goes in to develop like an empty lot, they generally also invest in the infrastructure and then we take over it for the long term.
Yes.
Okay. So since there was a 5-year timeline anyway, that investment was going to be made anyway.
The 5-year timeline was related to allowing surface parking. So
right, and then if
that,
it wasn't allowed, I mean, I'm just thinking logically here, then of course you would want to utilize your land now that your extension is run out.
ideally,
Yeah.
but it could just remain vacant.
It could remain vacant. Yep. And have we looked at any sort of just like we do with like dilapidated, abandoned housing? Are we looking at a property tax change for lands that remain undeveloped for a certain amount of years?
I'd look to finance and tax to comment on whether we're looking at sort of a vacant tax bylaw or a vacant tax in something along
Yeah, just
those
like
lines.
we wouldn't want a vacant lot in a residential. Obviously, we wouldn't want a vacant lot in a downtown residential, right?
Councillor Paquette, I would just need to double check with our folks in assessment and taxation who aren't here, but I don't think we have any imminent plans for a vacant land tax at the moment.
Okay, we'll put a pin in that one. That might be something that council might want to discuss. Okay, so if included in this plan for the village, what are we looking at a timeline for development? Do we know, or is that just way too early to say?
We have a commitment of the first 3 buildings, about 350 units to be completed by 2028, with the rest of the project being progressively
completed by 2028.
Yeah, the first 3 buildings completed by 2028, and the rest progressively completed by 2038. So we, through our subsequent work related to the master agreement, we're discussing the staging and build-out plans to see how that would look, particularly how it aligns with recouping costs and things like that as it relates to the infrastructure costs.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Paquette, I misspoke. We have a report coming in 2026 on vacant land tax.
Well, there we go. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson?
I can wait till we come out of private, thanks. If I could move.
Councillor Wright, go ahead.
Thank you. And somewhat along the lines of what Councillor Paquette was saying, I'm thinking to yesterday's public hearings on the rezoning requests that came through, and it seems to me on almost all of our rezoning applications, the line is here: the applicant owner will be responsible for all costs associated with infrastructure changes required by the application. So why is this private owner only putting in $3 million on the infrastructure when the cost is, I think it's $68 million or something?
So I'll speak more broadly, and Brett, if you want to complement the details, but we know that within redeveloping communities, yes, that's the obligation for the developer to pay for any upgrading requirements, but we know that it can be a barrier. It can be a significant cost. So just even looking at our Housing Accelerator Fund, the program on the Infill Infrastructure Fund has been highly used within specific areas, downtown being one of them.
And would this qualify for that infill? That would be
Yes.
considered, that they could access those funds?
Yes, and that's certainly something we'll be looking at in terms of when we work through the details of implementation, is there an opportunity to use that funding versus the CRL? But we can't use the CRL if the project isn't listed on the CRL plan.
Okay, and if the GOA just wanted to grant their public dollars funding directly to the private developer, they could do that as well? Like without it being part of the CRL? If they choose to use those public dollars for private investment, they could do that?
The intent with what we're putting here in the CRL plan is for public infrastructure. So it's infrastructure that will be city-owned within our right-of-way or a park. There's also a park as part of the development plan.
Okay. It ends up being public infrastructure, but it's for the private development. I'm thinking of the item yesterday up in the Northeast where I think they indicated that the underground infrastructure was like 9 meters deep or something, and felt that was a barrier to those. I think it was a total of 800 units that they were talking about, and here we're talking about 350 to start with.
Overall 2,500, but you know, just in terms of the file that was at public hearing yesterday, it's not in an area that we're identifying as a priority growth area. So there's limited dollars when it comes to infrastructure. So we've established an infill infrastructure fund to focus on priority growth areas in proximity to transit or high quality mass transit like an LRT. To support growth and development. And so that fund can be used to offset those costs that developers would have to pay in terms of those infrastructure upgrades.
Okay, but that fund is available outside of a CRL?
It is,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I note that in the provincial budget, the province agreed to pay their property taxes again now can I get clarity, is it going forward in 2025 at 75%?
Yeah, in 2025, I believe it's 75%, and in 2026, replenished to the whole of GPOD.
Which is around 16 to 18 million a year, roughly?
Yeah, between 15 and 18.
But they aren't paying the amount owing between 2019 and 2024, which is roughly 96 million.
Going from memory, yes, approximately.
So we're still out that 96 million. There's no commitment to pay back the 96 million.
Nothing in the budget suggests they would repay, that they would provide the city with previous year's GPOD.
Okay. Yesterday we got a memo that the debt on the arena is about $578 million, and every year we pay debt servicing of about $33 million a year. There's also about $14 million in foregone property tax in the area of the CRL. I guess I was trying to figure out the math here. At what point is it just, if the province gave us money just to pay off the principal of the $578 million owed on the arena, if we could free up that $33 million a year instead of putting it onto debt servicing payments for the arena, if we could then have that money to put into doorway bonusing, lowering property taxes, it may be more financially advantageous for us to take money from the province to pay off the arena instead of paying debt and then having money to do these other projects that we're doing. CRL just seems like a very, very limited vehicle with all this other opportunity here, especially which is not even a rounding error on a $65 billion provincial budget.
So the original arena, Rogers Place Arena agreement is complex. All that information is public on the website. I would just highlight that the way that deal was structured, downtown CRL revenues pay for only $15 million of that $33.4 million in debt servicing. The remainder of that debt servicing is covered by a ticket surcharge, by the lease payments, and a small amount through other numerous items that were dedicated.
But even if the province was to absorb the arena into their provincial debt, if they were to take it and pay it off, their borrowing rate is lower than our borrowing rate. We're paying a higher rate of interest than they are. Is that correct?
Not at the time that these were entered. These were entered in a very low interest rate environment, and at that time, the province lent to us at the same rate that they could borrow.
Okay. I guess then, and we also saw that we're at, I think, 86% of our debt limit. Is that correct? This is coming up later, but...
Yeah, if you're quoting what's in the next presentation to come today, that's correct.
So if we approve this CRL extension and we approve these projects listed in attachment 3, are some of those, like say the fan park, counted against the municipal debt? Like we would move to 88% debt limit or 89% debt limit?
So I just maybe need to refresh myself on the calculation of the debt limit, but I believe that CRLs, like our initial debt servicing limits are based on tax-supported debt only, and that these are considered self-sustaining, but I'm just gonna look to my left. It is a part of the tax-supported debt limit.
So the arena, we own it. We don't get the money, but we own it. We are paying it off. It is counted as part of our 86% debt limit, correct? So that's money, arena debt.
Yes.
Or now, if we do this, fan park debt. Fan park debt is debt we cannot use to replace a bridge or build Raleigh Miles Rec
Yes,
Center.
that's a true statement. Sorry, I'm seeing where you're going now. Yeah.
So there's implications as well to if we want to build the Raleigh Mile Rec Center and we don't have debt room, if we're approving things in the CRL, there's also other opportunity costs to our capital, just our city in general.
Yeah, that's correct. Anytime you use debt for tax-supported purposes, you constrain yourself for the use of that debt for other things that you may wish to borrow for in the future. And I'll maybe just ask Mr. Rye if he has anything to add.
And I'm out of time, thanks.
Do you want to move to go into private? Councillor Stevenson,
So moved.
Second.
please vote to go in private, subject to
Sections 24, 25, and 27.
24, 25, and
And
27.
21.
21.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor
Yes,
Paquette.
Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. Just waiting on one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried.
Thank you. If you could just give us a few minutes, and anybody who's online who's not here for the item related to the CRL, if you wouldn't mind popping off, and CMO will let you know when to rejoin. Thank you. So we are live, yes.
All right, we're in public. And is there a motion to postpone?
Yeah, I would like to move that item 7.7 be postponed to continue at 1:30 on Wednesday, March 19th.
Councillor Rutherford, would you mind also adding to keep attachment 7 in private?
And to keep attachment 7 in private, subject to
The same sections that we used for 21, 24, 25, 27.
21, 24, and 25.
Second?
Second.
Okay, that's moved. Please vote to postpone 7.7 till tomorrow at 1:30.
Thank you,
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Excellent. I'll return the chair.
Okay. Okay, we're back to 7.1, 7.2, cross-referenced. All right. We'll get a presentation from admin.
So today we'll be going through the highlights from the December 31st, 2024 operating capital financial updates. We're presenting the December 31st, 2024 preliminary year-end operating and capital updates. With me are Harm Rai, Deputy City Treasurer and Branch Manager of Financial Services, Kent Bjornstad, Director of Corporate Accounting and Reporting, and Felicia Muthierdi, Corporate Economist. Administration shares these updates 3 times a year with Council to show the city's financial performance against the operating and capital budgets, as well as our financial projections for the rest of the year. Because we're at year end, you're going to see the full actual results for 2024. This regular reporting is part of our commitment to being accountable and open to our finances with Council and Edmontonians, and it gives Council a solid understanding of our financial health to support decision making. Preliminary year-end results show that the city finished with a near break-even position on the operating budget. The year-end results show an operating deficit of $700,000, representing approximately 0.02% of the $3.5 billion tax-supported budget. In the last 15 years, so since 2010, the city has experienced a tax-supported deficit 4 times, including this $0.7 million tax-supported deficit. Over that same period, on average, tax-supported operations have ended the year with a variance of under 1% of the expenditure budget. And while the city ended 2024 by almost breaking even in the operating budget, many of the budget surpluses in programs are one-time in nature and are not expected to continue. This report recommends carry forward of $23.3 million of the unspent budget from 2024 into 2025 for projects or initiatives outlined in the 2024 budget that were not completed within the fiscal year, but require funding in order to fulfill commitments in 2025. The city continues to manage structural or ongoing budget challenges, which will continue to impact our finances in 2025. It will take some time, but the city has plans to manage these challenges. Quarterly financial updates now include additional reporting on structural budget variances. Next slide, please. So we'll start today with an economic update, then provide an overview of the capital financial update, followed by preliminary year-end financial results for enterprise utility programs, then tax-supported operations. The year-end report also includes carry-forward recommendations that reflect the 2024 budget for projects and initiatives that weren't completed, so we'll walk you through those recommendations. And we'll also provide an update on the financial stabilization reserve, considering the impacts of the tax-supported deficit and the recommended operating budget carryforwards. I'll now pass it to Felicia Muthiardi to start us off with an economic update.
Thank you, Stacy. Good afternoon. This economic update focuses on Edmonton Census Metropolitan Area, or CMA, population change, employment growth, and consumer inflation trends as covered in the city's Q4 2024 economic update report. So next slide, please. Starting first with population change, here we have annual level changes in the Edmonton CMA population, which is charted as the black line. The columns represent net international migration, with temporary immigration in blue, which includes international students, temporary workers, and asylum claimants, and permanent immigration in gray. Now, the rate of population change in the Edmonton CMA has been high in recent years. In 21 to 22, there was a sharp rebound in population change compared to 2020-21, which more than doubled the rate of annualized growth from 0.7% to 1.9%. Over 22 to 23 and then 23 to 24, population growth accelerated and added slightly over 59,000 persons between 22 and 23, and then almost 73,000 between 23 and 24. This resulted in annualized growth between 23 and 24 reaching its fastest pace since at least 2002 at 4.7%. It's a similar story for Edmonton. However, we don't have detailed estimates of the components of population change that are similar to what we get at the national, provincial, and CMA levels. What's notable here is that international migration was the most significant force in the population growth story for the Edmonton CMA in recent years. Net international migration has risen over each 12-month period, setting new highs since at least 2002. Between 23 and 24, the CMA population change from net international migration was 50,523. Now, net temporary immigration levels even exceeded net permanent immigration between 23 and 24 for a second consecutive year. In our summer outlook for both the Edmonton CMA and for Edmonton, we had population growth coming down starting in 24 to 25. We incorporated anticipated reductions in temporary residents given the federal government's decision to reduce the temporary resident population share of the national population over the next 3 years. However, reductions in annual permanent resident admissions targets, which were released in the federal 25 to 27 immigration levels plan, were not taken into consideration as that plan was released after our outlook was finalized. Those reductions are being taken into consideration as we develop our next long-term economic outlook. Next slide, please. So turning to employment growth, here we have annualized growth in the Edmonton CMA for the third quarter and fourth quarter of 2024. The pink bars represent annualized growth in the third quarter of 24, and the gray bars represent annualized growth in the fourth quarter of last year. Now, this chart compares annualized growth between Q3 and Q4 in the goods and services sectors for males and females and by broad age group. Now, rapid population growth in recent years has had an impact on economic activity in the Edmonton CMA, particularly in residential building construction and expansions to labor supply. Now, the labor market in the Edmonton CMA strengthened considerably in 2024 in the closing quarter of that year, as seasonally adjusted employment expanded 2.3% from the third quarter, rising more than 3 times faster than the labor force. The fourth quarter surge in employment lifted employment growth for the year, but with minimal annualized growth in the second quarter and negative annualized growth in the third quarter, annual employment growth was at 0.5%, and it still trailed labor force growth. As a consequence, the annual unemployment rate in 2024 also averaged 7.5%. Despite a strong performance in employment growth over the fourth quarter, annualized wage growth was 1.2%, the lowest quarterly performance in 2024, and actually marked the 5th consecutive quarter of slower annualized wage growth. The composition of employment growth in the fourth quarter, both on a sector basis and a demographic basis, can partially explain the slowing as shown here. On a sectoral basis, annualized employment rose in the services sector in the fourth quarter, offsetting negative growth in goods sector employment. Average wages in services sectors are typically lower than in goods sectors based on provincial data, and this is true for the specific services sectors that experienced double-digit growth in the fourth quarter, specifically educational services, transportation and warehousing, and accommodation and food services. Demographically, the fourth quarter last year also saw the largest increases in employment in the youth age group, so those 15 to 24 years of age, with men seeing a 26% increase and women a 1.8% rise. Wages paid in this age group are typically lower, though, than in any other age groups. Next slide, please. Finally, on to consumer inflation. Here we have annualized headline consumer inflation on a quarterly basis for 2024. We've also provided annualized consumer inflation for shelter and its subcomponents, own accommodation, rented accommodation, and core utilities. Over the course of 2024, consumer inflation decelerated from where it opened the year at an annualized rate of 3.5% in the first quarter, and that was largely driven by shelter accommodation, with high inflation for owned and rented accommodation, as well as for core utilities. In the quarters following, the rate came down to an average of 2% in the third quarter. As you can see on this chart, that was mostly driven by deflation in core utilities. In the fourth quarter, consumer inflation accelerated to average 2.8%, but that was mostly due to a lower offset from utilities price deflation. Despite some easing in both rented and owned accommodation, price inflation in recent quarters, accommodation inflation in general remains elevated in the Edmonton CMA. This is likely continuing to put pressure on consumer finances, especially in combination with slower wage growth. Building construction price inflation in the Edmonton CMA also remains a risk to the financial performance of capital projects, as noted in the December 31st, 2024 Capital Financial Update. Building construction price inflation for residential structures in the Edmonton CMA accelerated over Q4 2024, whereas for non-residential structures, building construction price inflation remained elevated. Looking ahead, there have been major developments since the city's summer 2024 outlook was released that have raised the level of uncertainty surrounding the city's expectations for Edmonton and the CMA's economies in 2025 and beyond. These developments include changes to federal immigration policies, tariffs from the United States, and retaliatory tariffs from Canada. These developments will be considered in the city's next long-term economic outlook. I'll now turn things over to Kemp Bjornstad to walk you through the capital results.
Thanks, Felicia. The capital report presents the capital financial results against the 23 to 26 capital budget, provides an update on significant projects, and includes an update on debt. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the total 23 to 26 capital budget, separating budget expenditures beyond 2026, and shows capital spent to date in the cycle compared to the previous cycle. $9.4 billion of the total approved 23 to 26 capital budget is for expenditures in the 23 to 26 timeframe, while the remaining $1.6 billion is for the period after 2026. As of December 31st, 2024, 2 years into the four-year budget cycle, the city has expended approximately $3.1 billion of its capital budget, reflecting 32.3% of the $9.4 billion planned expenditures for the 23 to 26 period, as shown in the middle bar. For comparison, at the same point of the previous four-year cycle, the city had expended approximately $2.6 billion, reflecting 35.9% of planned expenditures for that period, which is shown on the bar on the right. The lower percent spend in this cycle is largely attributable to the higher capital budget in the 23 to 26 cycle compared to the previous cycle. Next slide, please. The charts on this slide represent significant capital profile status, weighted by the project's approved budget relative to the total capital budget, and then compared to the previous reporting period. The left chart is budget status, and the right chart is schedule status. As indicated in the charts, 99.6% of the significant capital projects are reporting within an acceptable tolerance for budget, and 97.5% are reporting within an acceptable tolerance for schedule. Projects within the green or yellow status are considered to be within an acceptable tolerance program. The red status for budget is primarily made up of the Heritage Valley Land Development Project. Next slide, please. Moving on to debt. This chart reflects the city's tax-supported debt servicing and total debt servicing forecasted out to 2041, compared to the related debt servicing limits. Tax-supported debt servicing is reflected as the blue dotted line and shaded area on the chart. The city's policy limits tax-supported debt servicing to 18% of tax-supported expenditures, which is shown as the blue diamonds line. Tax-supported debt servicing can exceed the 18% limit to provide the city's match funding required to leverage external funds, where the external funds fund at a minimum 1/3 of total project costs, or where the debt is self-supporting tax guaranteed or is required for emergency purposes. Based on preliminary year-end results, the city is anticipated to use 68.5% of its tax-supported debt servicing limit and 54.5% of the total debt servicing limit by the end of 2024. The city is projected to reach its peak usage of the tax-supported debt servicing limit in 2029, with an anticipated utilization of 86.7% of this limit. Based on this, tax-supported borrowing capacity of approximately $1.1 billion is currently available before the tax-supported debt servicing limit is reached in 2029. Next slide, please. Now on to operating. The operating financial report reflects the December 31st, 2024 preliminary year-end operating results compared to the approved budgets. I'll go through enterprise and utility results and then cover tax-supported results before discussing the operating budget carry-forward recommendations. I'll conclude with a quick overview of balances in our key reserves. It is important to keep in mind that the results you see in front of you today are preliminary, unaudited, and subject to change until the approval of the city's 2024 annual financial statements. Administration will provide the audited financial statements to Audit Committee on April 11th and to City Council on April 22nd. At that time, administration will provide an update to any significant changes to the financial results presented today. Next slide, please. Waste Services has a net $1.4 million favorable year-end variance. The year-end favorable variance is mainly due to the sale of Clover Bar landfill greenhouse gas offset credits from 2018 to 2023, favorable contract costs, increased investment earnings and program revenues, lower personnel costs, and lower interest expense due to minimal borrowing 2022 and 2023. Land Enterprises are reporting an unfavorable year-end variance of $10.2 million due to lower than budgeted land sales due to shifts in project timing and lot absorption, offset by favorable cost of land sales. Blatchford Redevelopment is also reporting an unfavorable year-end variance of $6.5 million due to the timing of land sales within the budget cycle and sale of Hangar 11 at below market value as approved by Council. The Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility has no significant variances to report. Next slide, please. Tax supported operations ended the year with a $700,000 deficit. The main factors contributing to the deficit are higher than budgeted personnel costs of $19 million, mainly due to additional overtime in transit operations and fire rescue services as a result of vacancies, sick time, WCB training, and leaves of absences. Higher staffing and security requirements in community recreation and culture as a result of stronger than expected demand and increased security incidents. There's lower than budgeted transit fares of $12.7 million due to shifts in fare purchasing behavior and greater demand for discounted subsidized fare products. During the fall 2024 budget discussions, Council approved $13 million in annual transfers from the LRT reserve for 2025 and 2026 to offset the transit revenue budget shortfalls. There's higher tax losses of $11 million, largely due to a change in tax exemption status for certain properties. Higher maintenance, parts, and material costs due to inflationary cost pressures. Increased contract work due to unplanned calls for aging infrastructure and increased vandalism, as well as inflation pressure on contract costs and enhanced cleaning requests. Lower permit fee revenue as permitting demand is lower than budget, mainly relating to on-street construction and maintenance, and other traffic control fees for detours, developer signs, and moving permits. There's higher than expected fuel costs, largely due to increased fuel prices. And there was heavy snowfall within a short time frame in November and December, which resulted in substantially higher costs for snow and ice removal of $8.2 million, partially offset by mild snow season in the first quarter of 2024, which was $3.2 million favorable. The unfavorable budget variances were partially offset with a favorable projected variance for financial strategies, delayed grant payments that are dependent on project completion or meeting the grant program milestones, lower costs within the Environment and Climate Resilience Group to help offset the tax-supported deficit, higher than budgeted tax penalties mainly due to the large number of outstanding accounts, net favorable budget variance related to the memberships and admissions revenues at recreation and attraction facilities due to higher demand and other favorable variances. Full details of variances by department and branch are provided in attachment 1 of the operating report. Although we ended the year close to budget, many of the factors contributing to the surplus positions and departments are not surpluses we expect to continue. However, the structural budget challenges will continue to persist, and if not addressed in a timely fashion, will continue to degrade the financial health of the corporation. Next slide, please. The 2024 fall supplementary operating budget adjustment included a motion for enhanced financial reporting, which is to report on unfunded variances exceeding $1.5 million in the quarterly financial reports, along with mitigation and action plans to prevent accumulation in future budget cycles. This information can be found in Attachment 3 to the report, with flags on variances in specific branch sections within Attachment 1. This serves as a check-in on major structural budget variances, providing an opportunity to update existing variances based on new information, and identifying any new variances that may arise, including updated action plans. A comprehensive list of all the structural budget variances, including those less than $1.5 million, as well as action plans, will be presented with each fall supplemental operating budget adjustment report. A few key points on the structural budget variances identified in the report are: some of the 2024 year-end budget variances were identified as structural budget variances and corrected for during the fall 2024 supplemental budget adjustment. Therefore, the budget challenge no longer exists in the 2025 budget. As a result, these are no longer listed as the structural budget variances in Attachment 3 in this report. Most of the remaining structural budget variances in Attachment 3 are consistent with those identified during the fall 2024 SOBA. Variance amounts may have changed slightly based on actual results, as the estimates in the fall 2024 SOBA were based on the June 2024 estimates. For the inflationary structural budget variance, the budget was increased in the 2024 fall SOBA by an estimated $19.7 million to address those inflationary impacts. Year-end results show that inflationary impacts for fuel, parts, materials, and contract costs have increased by $25 million. For 2025, existing budgets and financial strategies will be used to manage inflationary impacts as much as possible. If these impacts continue to be a structural budget challenge in 2026, they'll be brought forward for discussion in the fall 2025 SOBA. There was a new structural budget variance of $1.5 million identified due to increased security costs for parkades. The PARS branch is collaborating with corporate security to consider other measures to decrease these costs with a plan to be considered in the fall 2025 SOBA. Next slide, please. This slide presents the unappropriated FSR, which is required by policy to have a minimum balance of 5% and a target balance of 8.3% of current tax-supported operating expenses. The December 31st, 2024 year-end balance of the reserve before considering projected year-end tax-supported deficit, carry-forward recommendations, and other uses of the FSR is $85.2 million as reflected by the solid red line, which is below its preliminary required minimum of $143.2 million for 2024. After considering the tax-supported deficit of $700,000, and based on the recommendations in this report for operating carry-forwards of $23.3 million, the projected FSR balance in 2025 is $61.3 million, which is $81.9 million below the minimum. When the reserve falls below the minimum, the policy requires a strategy to be adopted to achieve the minimum balance within 3 years. During recent fall 2024 budget discussions, City Council approved a one-time exemption to the FSR policy in order to change the repayment period from 3 to 5 years, as well as increasing the tax levy in 2025 and 2026 by 0.5% and 0.6% respectively, which is projected to bring the FSR to its minimum balance by 2029. The FSR and pay-as-you-go repayment strategy will be discussed in more detail later today through a separate report on this item. Next, we will go over the operating budget carry-forward requests submitted by the areas. Next slide, please. This slide reflects the operating carry-forward requests included in Recommendation 2 and in Attachment 2 in the report. Operating carry-forwards reflect items budgeted in 2024 but not completed by year-end. Approval of the carry-forwards moves the unused funding from 2024 to 2025 through the FSR. Carry-forwards draw down the unappropriated FSR balance. Since a deficit was projected in 2024 and the FSR is below its minimum balance, administration applied strict criteria to ensure amounts carried forward were necessary. Next slide, please. Recommendations 1 and 3 to 11 are for carry-forward of funds previously appropriated in the FSR, funded through other reserves or non-tax levy sources. As such, these recommendations do not further impact the unappropriated FSR or the tax levy position. Details of these recommendations are included in Attachment 2 to the report as well. Next slide, please. The year-end balance for the Planning and Development Reserve is $56.3 million, which is above the 75% target balance of $46.2 million. The high reserve balance is in part thanks to efficiencies and continuous improvement, but primarily driven by record levels of immigration and housing starts. To return to the target balance, administration will be shifting ongoing expenses to the PDBM for enforcement, inspection, and landscape security administration activities directly related to the PDBM services, increasing resources to meet service levels and demand, and conducting a cost of service study to assess the costs of and revenues of services provided by the PDBM to ensure a sustainable business model for the city. The year-end balance of the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve for 2024 is $11.3 million, which is above the required balance of $1 million. On December 2nd, 2024, the Government of Alberta formally announced policy changes to Alberta's Automated Traffic Enforcement Program. The policy changes include prohibiting automated traffic enforcement on provincial highways or numbered highways, including roads that connect with provincial highways, restricting automated traffic enforcement only to playground, school, or construction zones, and limiting intersection traffic safety device enforcement only to red light running, not speeding. This is expected to reduce annual revenues in 2025 and 2026 by a combined $20 million. The Safe Mobility section has made program changes to ensure the reserve remains above the required balance through the end of 2026. The program changes will be implemented in 2025. Next slide, please. As a last step in the 2024 financial reporting process, the audited financial statements as of December 31st, 2024 will be presented to Audit Committee on April 11th and City Council for approval on April 22nd. Any significant changes to the preliminary year-end 2024 tax-supported position presented today will be communicated to Council on April 22nd. That concludes our presentation and can now take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Councilor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I guess I'll start by moving, as we're doing both together, I'll move the recommendations in 7.1 and 7.2 as exactly as worded in the report instead of reading it out again.
Good, thank you. Seconded. No, you, Councilor.
Sure, okay,
Councilor-
second. I thought you
Councilor Tang seconded that. No, I was, need a seconder, that's what I meant. Short on sentence, words today. Have questions?
I do have one
Go
quick
ahead,
question.
please.
Appreciating there's a ton of good work, and I'll speak to it at the appropriate time. The one thing I do want to ask, and maybe this is better dealt with the next time we, if we have an infrastructure committee in that, but I do want to just ask a little bit about the significant capital projects slide. That slide does create a little bit of nervousness for me, more so than I can think in the past, around the by schedule percentage. And I don't know if this is the right time to talk about that, or if we should wait till whatever the inaugural meeting of an infrastructure committee is, if they start it up. So I don't know if I'm looking to Mr. Walbaum in particular. Yeah, I'm looking at that chart of by schedule for December 2024, and that's probably the largest I can ever remember seeing the yellow bar in the last decade since we've had these yellow bars. And just wanted to get your sense of, is there anything that causes you nervousness, or is this just maybe more of an anomaly? I know typically right at the end of the capital budget we've seen that, and right at the beginning because there's a smaller amount, but this is the one time that seems a little larger than I'm used to.
Yeah, I think that's a fair observation, Councillor. We do tend to see at the end of the year, when we progress our projects, you'll get a bit of an uptick in pressure on that schedule. So this one is over-representing the yellow, remembering that this is within the tolerances, and that this is a subset of the major projects, not all of the IAS capital projects that are reported here as well. So it's an observation to pay attention to, but I wouldn't call it alarming. I think it's a bit of trending.
Yeah, I thought I'd just ask,
Yeah,
and
that's fair.
I know you're probably watching it very closely. I just wanted to make sure we asked it out loud, because I think if folks have been following this over the last decade, this is probably the one time it's looked a little more like that. So
Yeah,
okay.
and obviously when you get into the red, that's where we up the really looking at it in more detail.
Absolutely, and the red is in really good shape on this chart, so I feel really good. I just thought I would ask it out loud. Okay, those are all my questions. Thanks, Mayor Sophie.
Thank you, Councilor Jans.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I'm sorry if I missed this in the presentation, but what is population growth plus inflation?
So I'm going to ask Felicia to comment, but just before I do, when we have inflation, and the inflation that she's presenting to you is consumer price index, as opposed to municipal inflation, which might be something different and which we don't have for 2024, but I'll ask Felicia.
Yeah, so we will have an updated estimate for 2024 municipal price inflation, but population growth for Edmonton was at 5.7% between 23 and 24.
So that's 5.7.
5.7 for
That's just
population
population.
growth. Yes.
And then if inflation is on top of that,
Well, we don't have an updated estimate for municipal inflation, but to give a signal of just broader inflationary pressures experienced by consumers, that would be close to 2.8%.
okay. And I believe in the past administration has provided a memo of here's been the tax increases over the last 20 years, and here's been the population plus inflation over the last 20 years. I'd be interested in looking at that as well, just benchmarking where we are, if we're keeping up with our city growth and our needs. Is that doable?
Yeah, we could update that memo. I don't typically provide it here because we're normally more focused on the year-end results.
So
looking backwards.
And just making sure I'm doing apples to apples here. So looking backwards, the municipal inflation is generally higher or lower than the consumer inflation? Because we're not buying potatoes, but we are certainly buying a lot of gas.
Yes, but with regards to the municipal price index, more than 50% of that expenditure basket goes to personnel. So some of the moving parts will look very different. When we have an updated estimate, we'll be able to pull that into the analysis and provide that more fulsome picture.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And just the delta with Taser, again, that was 20 million, is that correct?
Correct. Over the 2 years, estimated reduction in revenues is around 20 million.
Over 2 years. Now, I recall a decade ago when we got elected, I think it was 21, we had there was also a reduction in municipal photo radar that went to the police, and then we increased taxes to fill that hole. And this is additional on top of that?
This would be an additional impact on top of that, yeah.
So if it was the removal of photo radar hit the police budget, I think 25 million in 2021, 2022, and then we filled that, so that's 25 million a year ongoing, and that was just the police portion. Now, this additional taser 20 million is another hole? So is it about 45 million a year that Edmontonians are now paying?
Yeah, I'd have to go, unless Stacy remembers, I'd have to go back and look at the impact originally, but this would be on top of that, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess what I would just, what we did at the time with police was shift funding sources. And so police used to get a portion of traffic safety and automated enforcement revenue to fund their operations. We instead have that funded with tax levy. There were adjustments to traffic safety and automated enforcement revenue to downward adjust them in the budget, which we smoothed in using the FSR, and then this would be an additional impact, I believe.
So in comparing Calgary, there's a couple of news stories. Calgary has like a $28 million hole. Is that because they never got hit the way we did in 21? Or is this a new cut or a new loss?
So I believe what Calgary's doing, if I understand their budget strategy, is they're taking funds from their kind of fiscal stability reserve, so what the equivalent of our FSR would be, to address this budget challenge that we're seeing now, the 20 million reduction over 2 years. So they're using their FSR to offset that.
And this 20 million is a new reduction.
A new reduction.
As of like August, when the minister did the killing the cash cow.
Correct, and
thing.
we've been able to address it so far through some reductions in expenditures, and alleviating some tax levy funding in the reserve. But coming back in 27 to 2030, we're going to have to revisit the reserve and what's being funded out of there to make sure it's sustainable.
So if we were asked what has been the tax impact of the loss of automated enforcement revenue to the city of Edmonton, it would be A plus B, the two buckets. That's
correct. Yeah, I'd have to figure out exactly what the A is. I don't remember, but yes, it'd be A plus B.
Okay. Maybe it would be helpful if we could just get a memo summarizing that too, so I'm not double counting anything. Just since the changes to automated enforcement in 2021, what has been the impact, and how have the taxpayers picked that up? That would be helpful.
Sure, we could do that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Jens. Councilor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. He. I do have a few questions, so I just want to make sure my understanding is correct, and based on the presentation and the reports. So can you tell me specifically the number of deficit as of December 31st, 2024, and as a plan compared to the planned expenditure budget?
Yeah, so the deficit as of the end of the year, so the preliminary deficit is around $700,000 compared to budget. Now, if that changes, because we're still finalizing the year-end process, when we bring forward our audited financial statements in April, we will let you know what that updated number is.
So that specific number will come out
Yeah,
at
yeah,
that time.
we'll report that number.
But for this results deficit, and is a combination to look at is both revenue budget and expenditure budget, both, right?
Right, yeah, it's the net result compared to budget.
So if that is the case, and then the next question is related about the $22.9 million. This expenditures happened into 2024, but it's new funding from FSR and as a carry forward of fund. So they have tabled under is 23.3 and compared to $22.9 million. Is there any difference there? So why is the difference there, or you're talking about the two different things?
Sorry, can you clarify, Councilor Rice, where you're seeing the 22.9?
So they said there was $22.9 million expenses occurred and in 2024, but the table shows 2023.3.
That's right. So in total, there's expenditures of $23.3 million that were budgeted for this year in 2024 that were not able to be utilized, that we need to carry forward into 2025 to complete those projects or initiatives for which that budget was originally put forward. So that's the $23.3 million budget carry forward.
And so also that number will be reflected in the FSR as well?
Correct, yes. It would be a reduction in the FSR because we have no, like typically what happens is when you have a surplus, a tax supported surplus at the end of the year, that would
Yeah.
flow into the financial stabilization reserve.
So
And then a
that-
portion of that would be used for carry forwards. So what we're saying here is because you have no surplus going to FSR this year, this is a direct hit to your financial stabilization reserve.
So in Flati's case, where we are right now, FSR. So because $8.52 million and does not include deficit and carry forward. So I would like to get the final number where we are right now.
Yeah, for sure. Just give me a second here. I'm just going to pull it up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so the FSR, the balance after all this has been said and done is $61.3 million. The minimum balance is $143.2 million.
So that's a requirement, yes.
Yes, requirement. And so that would put us $81.9 million.
Shortfall.
Correct.
Okay.
Below the minimum balance.
Okay, so thank you for that. And then next question, and go back to the slide here, the tax supported variances. So can you provide some details regarding the snow and ice control, and then why we have $5 million unfavorable? And then it's my understanding for this year's and then snow and ice control program, we actually gave the good weather. We did not spend as much as bad weather. So can you explain why we're still short for $5 million?
I can explain that, Councilor Rice. I'll start, and then I'll hand it over to Caitlin, we've built a bit of a story on this. So this dates back to January. At the beginning of 2024, we did have mild conditions, and we were running a positive variance in the first half of the year. There was a handful of items that led to chipping away at that variance. The bulk of it really is around the weather conditions in the fourth quarter of this year. So I guess the budget is set annually, but obviously we have two different seasons that straddle that calendar year. And so by the summer, we also had some material issues that we were holding on to. But we have a bit of a story in terms of like how and why we switched from having a positive variance into a negative variance throughout 2024. And I'll just ask Caitlin to jump in.
Yeah, thanks, Councilor Rice. So to give you a little bit more detail, Q1 2024, we had a $4.1 million favorable variance due to fewer snow events, as well as reduced contract work because the weather was favorable. Q2, we had $1.7 million favorable from material and equipment savings, again, linked to the favorable weather conditions. By the time we hit Q4, we're at $5 million unfavorable. It's driven by rapid heavy snowfall, which equated to about $30 million compared to Q1's total snowfall. We had over 50 centimeters of snow within 6 weeks, which led to increased costs for hired equipment, contract services, including overtime in order to respond, parking bans, and additional snow pickup that had to occur over the winter break for school zone pickup.
Thank you. My time is up. I
Thank
may
you.
follow up offline.
Thank you,
further
Councilor
questions.
Rice. Councilor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. So for replenishing FSR, we have a plan in place, right? Which council has approved, right? So, good. Have you done any analysis on of the tariffs, particularly the aluminum and steel tariffs that are in place? What is the immediate impact could be? Have you done any analysis and adjusting for that?
So I would say our analysis is in progress.
Okay.
So we're currently working on, for all of our existing contracts, what are the contractual obligations? How do they relate to tariffs? There may be contracts where things like that are addressed directly, but often our contracts are written with, it depends whether it's a materials contract or whether we're doing a construction contract.
So
we're in the process of working through all of that right now. And then we'll also look forward to how do we mitigate any of that stuff in future contracts, be it for construction or materials.
Okay, would we have that by the time we set the mill rate, if there's impact on the mill rate on property taxes? Like if there's, I don't want to be in the same situation that this council was left with deferring decisions to future councils. I'd rather take them head on, right? If there are going to be challenges on taxes side.
So to the extent that we know those things, we'll bring that.
Okay, good. And the issue of the G part will also be dealt with at the same time we set the mill rate, right?
Sorry, GPOT?
The G part.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, got it. We are seeing our, like there was projections that our debt will hit that limit, right? Now we are actually seeing that not meeting that, not hitting that, which is good. And then would that have a kind of long-term impact on debt as well, or just kind of a temporary fluctuation in us not hitting the ceiling?
I would say that is what we're projecting out by 2029. You're going to have that much room that's going to allow you to borrow $1.1 billion more. So that's a permanent.
Oh, I see.
That's
Okay.
permanent room that's open. Yeah.
Got it.
And I'll also say, just like because we were very close to the debt limit, it's very sensitive to estimates, right? So if your expenditures change, some room will open up. If your expenditure forecasts go higher, the debt limit will decrease. So just keeping that in mind as you move forward.
Yes, okay. On we were projecting a higher deficit at the start of 2024, right? What was that, about $48 million?
Correct. It changed throughout the year, but it started around 40, and then I think in Q3 we were projecting closer to 20.
Now we are 0.7 million.
Yeah.
Recognizing there's some carry forward, right? So we're in a better position today than what we started with in 2024.
So I just want to be careful because you passed a balanced budget. And
Yeah.
so when we started 2024, we were, like, our early indications were that we were going to be able to meet that budget. As we worked our way through the year,
Yeah.
by the time we reported to you at the half year, that's when we were expecting, that's where it was trending. The projections were trending to be roughly $44 million over.
Mm-hmm.
We undertake work internally to drive that number down. But yes, but I just want to be clear.
Right.
You started the year with a balanced
Of
budget.
course, yeah. Okay, got it. But still, it's like now is probably half where we projected to be, including the carry forward, right? $21 million.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, that is it for me. I will take the chair back.
Returned.
Okay. Anyone to speak? Let's see. Here we go. Oh, you're going to close, Councilor Knack. You're going to close, right? Councilor Salvador, can you take the chair,
Yes.
please? Right. I really want to thank our administration for being so diligent on how we manage our finances. It's been quite a tough journey of last 3.5 years, and we are getting more fulsome information and more, very thoughtful approach that administration is taking, and I want to commend that kind of the approach that you're taking. I want to acknowledge that as well. When we got elected, we have huge challenges to tackle. Not only that we had underfunded services, which we had to fund properly, which we did, including snow and ice, bus service, other services, and we also had underfunded labor costs that led to a huge tax increase in 2024, and we were also left with close to $89 million of structural deficit because of zero tax increases during the pandemic, along with the decision that we made on stabilizing the police funding, giving them more property tax support instead of leaving them to rely on unreliable photo radar revenue, and also the police funding that we have implemented. All those things have took a lot of courage. They have took a lot of hard work on behalf of on the administration as well. And we are starting to see the results of some of those tough decisions, how we are stabilizing our city's finances, that we are not shying away from making difficult, hard decisions, instead of punting those decisions to the future. Because if you do that, you only compromise the ability of your municipality to continue to provide good quality public services on which our economy depends, on which our people depend, on which people need to rely on in order to have a good quality of life. So I think we are in a strong moving forward. I think we are building a foundation on which we can sustain those good quality public services at reasonable tax increases instead of what we had to do in 2023, 2024, and 2025. So in 2026 as well, right? So I think it's important for us to articulate that part of the decisions that we have made. So a lot of work to do ahead, a lot of work to do ahead of us, right? And but I think it's something that we need to give our administration credit as well on working hard. So with that, I will take the chair back and go to Councilor Rice to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate city administration provide all the financial information as December 31st, 2024. I know there's some final data still will come in April sometime. So it does give us a hope our city could do better job to manage our financial situation. So thank you for that. And I do want to speak a little bit about the FSR financial stabilizing reserve. We heard very clear from our CFO, we started with balanced budget. But in 2024, based on the reports provided here, we still have about $23 million expenditures happened, and then we have to use the funding from FSR and as the carrying forward of funds. So this new funding and from FSR as a result, and our current FSR's minimum and the remaining funding under minimum requirement by $85.2 million. So right now we only have $61.3 million remaining there. So that means there is a big gap to get back to the minimum requirement for our city's financial stabilization reserve, which is really needed to keep our financial health and at a minimum level. As everyone knows, and to replenish back to FSR, and we have to increase the tax and then use the tax specifically for the future taxes starting in 2027 for the next budget cycle. That means we still use future tax increase and then to funding our current expenses. So I do not believe that is really smart or proper way how we are city manage our financial situation, use future money to invest the current expenditures. So that is why I think I needed to speak this out and really make sure and we have our city's financial and health situation, and to not use the future money and use the future tax increase specifically, and 0.5% start to 2027, and then to carry forward and get new funding from FSR, and then our FSR is really under the minimum balance point. So I'm looking forward our council and the city administration look at it from that angle and could improve our city's financial situation, health more, And thank you for all the work, and thank you for all the reports.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. Councilor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor.
Rose?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. You know, I remember I was Googling the projected deficit in the third quarter because, of course, every media outlet covered our projected deficit back in September, and they told the story we were going to see about a $34 million deficit, I think, give or take, by the end of the year. 40 million moved around a little bit. I'm very hopeful. I see 115 people watching online. I'm hoping some of that is media, those same media outlets that covered the projected deficit will cover the story that we see today, which is that city administration did fantastic work managing this budget with all of the challenges that we heard. And yet again, almost every single year has come in with a budget that has a variance of, typically we shoot for around no more than plus or minus 2%. This year it's essentially, the rounding error is 0.02%, which is a testament to the work that everyone on that side of this chamber did. So I want to say thank you, because that was not easy. I remember the fiscal gap report, which showed a lot of structural challenges, and appreciate we still got some of the things. You've highlighted that. But for us to finish where we're at, a huge, huge, huge thank you for that work, because that was not easy to get there. I think even something like the carryovers, I mean, we have carryovers every year. That's not a new thing, so I'm not worried about the carryover piece. I think we need to remind ourselves, because we always get the press and of when we're projecting a deficit, and it doesn't always happen that when we finish on budget, which is essentially what we finished on budget, $700,000 on a $3.7 billion budget, that's on budget. I don't always see those stories at the year-end numbers. So I hope we do see those. I'm talking to folks who are watching. I'm talking to, hopefully, media that's watching. I think we do need to tell these stories. And I think each of us need to tell that story, because, you know, I remember us through these conversations over the last year. There were, you know, a number of questions we had, tough questions about how are we going to manage this? And yet you did it. So thank you. And I think the other thing I'll just say as a closing thought here is that I think this is also an important reminder, and the mayor talked about a lot of the challenges that we were facing and some of the tough decisions that we were facing. You know, I think there were some conversations during budget of, do we look at one-time ways to save money in order to have some immediate tax savings for this year? And I think the right decision ultimately by council is made to say, listen, we've got to try to hold firm. It's not popular to have the tax increase that we have. I hear that all the time. That's not a shock. But in order to set ourselves up for success, and most importantly, set up all of you for success and the teams who are doing the work each and every day for success, we had to be a little more firm on that. So it's great. This is wonderful. We should talk about this each and every year we have this, because over the last 12 years or so doing this, almost every year is like this. Almost every year finishes with a very similar result, and we rarely tell that story about how good the city is at managing this. I mean, I think most corporations would love to have this type of tiny variance in most years. So thank you. It doesn't mean there's not more tough work ahead of us. There's still, the next council's going to have a heck of a time working through further structural stuff. But through good, tough decisions, through good work that you're doing, we can do some great work. So I was really excited about this. I wish I wanted to talk about this all day just to say thank you, but I think at a minimum here, we need to say it out loud, and hopefully we can keep sharing that as we go forward. So obviously supporting this, any of the adjustments here are all good, and we'll do it again this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Next, so please vote.
Just waiting for one vote. There we go, we have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Seven three, pay-as-you-go, replenishment, and dedicated universal renewal fund draft strategy. It is the same team from admin, right, making presentation? Please go ahead.
So we're just gonna, we do have some players changing, so.
No worry.
But the game remains the same.
Okay. All right, so we have a presentation on DERF.
No. So as part of the budget deliberations in the fall of 2024, Council reduced the annual pay-as-you-go transfer by $15 million to help limit the tax increase required in 2025, while still addressing the need to replenish the financial stabilization reserve that is currently below the minimum required balance. Council asked administration to return with a plan to replenish pay-as-you-go and establish a fund designed to address the city's growing capital renewal needs. This strategy is sequenced to first restore the financial stabilization reserve to a minimum balance, then to restore the pay-as-you-go funding, and then once both of those things are achieved, to then create a dedicated universal renewal fund. With me today is Stacey Padbury, DCM of Financial Corporate Services, and Nancy Chow, the manager of the operating budget. And I'll now pass it over to Nancy for the presentation.
Thank you. In the fall 2024 SOBA, the following subsequent motion was approved: that administration prepare a report outlining a draft strategy to replenish the cumulative impact of the $15 million reduction in annual pay-as-you-go and establish a dedicated universal renewal fund aligned with the following principles: repayment of the cumulative impact of the $15 million reduction in annual pay-as-you-go by 2030, redirection of tax levy funding used to replenish the financial stabilization reserve once the minimum balance is achieved, and incorporation of a dedicated tax levy increase of successive 0.5% in 2027 and beyond to meet the draft strategy. There are three distinct components involved: the Financial Stabilization Reserve, FSR, repayment, pay-as-you-go replenishment, and the Dedicated Universal Renewal Fund. Next slide, please. First, we'll walk through the FSR repayment plan, as this was already approved in the fall 2024 SOBA. Council adopted a strategy to restore the FSR to the minimum balance by approving an extension of the repayment timeline to 5 years, that would be in 2029, a tax levy increase of 0.5% in 2025, which is equal to $10.7 million annually, and a tax levy increase of 0.6% in 2026, which is equal to $14 million annually. As we just heard, the projected FSR balance is $61.3 million after taking into account the small year-end deficit of $0.7 million and the carry-forwards of $23.3 million. The amount required to achieve the projected 5% minimum balance in 2029 is $109.7 million. One of the key assumptions in the repayment plan is that results will equal budget. However, if the FSR's financial position improves over the next 5 years, potentially because of tax-supported surpluses or releasing funds previously appropriated in the FSR, then less funds will be required for repayment and the budget will be reallocated sooner to expedite the creation of the dedicated renewal fund. Alternatively, if the FSR position gets worse as a result of further tax-supported deficits, larger tax increases may be required in future years to bring the FSR back above its minimum balance by the end of 2029. The full $24.7 million in annual revenue generated by these tax increases will be contributed to the dedicated renewal fund starting in 2030. Next slide, please. The next component of the strategy is pay-as-you-go. In the fall 2024 SOBA, Council approved an ongoing $15 million reduction to the operating transfer of pay-as-you-go to capital starting in 2025. The cumulative impact to be restored by 2030 is a $90 million reduction, which is $15 million per year from 2025 to 2030, and reinstating the annual $15 million in pay-as-you-go funding. As outlined in the motion, the strategy to replenish pay-as-you-go will be to include 0.5% annual tax increases each year in the proposed 2027 to 2030 budget. Starting in 2031, the annual $15 million to pay-as-you-go will be reinstated, and the remaining $39.3 million in revenues generated from the 0.5% tax increases will be transferred to the dedicated renewal fund on an annual basis. This strategy covers the entire repayment. Any additional increases to pay-as-you-go, such as increases from investment earnings or one-time savings in debt servicing, are not part of the strategy. So these additions to pay-as-you-go would be above and beyond what's provided in the strategy. Now, putting these components together provides a visual of the strategy. So walking through this slide from the top down, in 2025, the top two lines in teal show the funding allocated to repaying the FSR. In 2030, the funds will be redirected to the dedicated Universal Renewal Fund, which you see in blue, and I'll talk about that fund more later in the presentation. In 2027, 2028, and 2029, the next three lines in orange show the 0.5% increase in funding allocated to repaying the $90 million for pay-as-you-go, as well as restoring the annual $15 million contribution, with the excess in 2029 being transferred to the renewal fund. As shown by the blue, in 2030, the 0.5% tax increase goes straight to the renewal fund. Based on current estimates, $66.8 million will be contributed to the Universal Renewal Fund by 2030, and starting in 2031, it will receive annual contributions of $64.1 million from these tax increases. This strategy addresses the FSR repayment of $109.7 million to reach the projected FSR minimum balance by 2029, as well as replenishing the $90 million in reduced pay-as-you-go by 2030, and in 2031, restoring the annual $15 million that was reduced. In total, it requires nearly $200 million to address this over 6 years. This strategy also helps to address a small portion of the renewal gap, but it does not eliminate it, which brings us to the third component of the strategy, the Dedicated Renewal Fund. The Dedicated Universal Renewal Fund, or DURF, is one of the strategies identified to help close the fiscal gap. As I mentioned previously, $66.8 million will be contributed to the Universal Renewal Fund by 2030, and starting in 2031, it will receive annual contributions of $64.1 million from these tax increases. The renewal fund will supplement existing funding to narrow the overall renewal funding shortfall, and will cover renewal of all city-owned assets not covered by other dedicated funding sources, such as neighborhood renewal or the fleet reserve. The renewal investment shortfall in 2023 to 2026 is approximately $1.52 billion. While establishing this fund is a good step to addressing the shortfall, it's only a part of the solution and does not fully eliminate the renewal shortfall. Using successive tax increases of 0.5%, it would take until 2047 to reach the ideal state, and that's without adding cost escalation or inventory growth. Additional future funding or other mechanisms are required to fully address the shortfall. Without further action, the gap will widen, necessitating more funding for urgent needs. The operating and capital budgets are interdependent. Insufficient capital renewal funding increases operating maintenance costs and accelerates asset deterioration, which in turn strains the renewal budget further. Essentially, underfunding one budget negatively impacts the other. In terms of next steps, the new reserve policy for the Dedicated Renewal Fund will be brought forward in mid-2026 prior to presentation of the 2027 to 2030 budget. The proposed 2027 to 2030 budget will have a 0.5% tax increase incorporated each year per the strategy, and prioritization of renewal in the capital budget will be critical. There's a report going to Council about that on June 10th alongside the SCBA. That concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. So I know, Councilor Rice, you had selected this for voting purposes. I was hoping to select it as I do have a motion. I'm wondering if I would be able to do that. If that's okay with the Assembly. Great. Councilor Knack, would you be able to take the chair?
I've got the chair.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll move. Just get the right wording. That the strategy to replenish the cumulative impact of the $15 million reduction in annual pay-as-you-go and establishment of a dedicated universal renewal fund, including an increase to the dedicated tax levy of 0.5% in 2030 to 0.75% from 2030 until 2032, and to 1% in 2033 and beyond, to achieve target funding levels set out in Attachment 3 of the November 1st, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02052, as outlined in the March 18th, 2025 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02818, be approved.
Second.
Thank you. That's seconded by Councillor Stevenson. And we'll get that on the screen as well. Do you want to take the first 2 minutes to introduce Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to put this on the floor. The intention behind this motion, and it's, I should clarify, a slightly different wording than what was circulated a little while ago to colleagues. That just is to include the recommendation that's already in the report with the slight change that I'm proposing. So the intention is to really align the dedicated renewal strategy with what was originally proposed when Council first contemplated the dedicated renewal fund in November 2023. This would result in a slight change to the successive increases in the years after 2030. Instead of steady increases of 0.5% put towards the DERF, this would see that increase bumped up to 0.75% from 2030 to 2032 and 1% in 2033. These increases are in alignment with the successive increases that were originally identified as the preferred option for phasing in the dedicated renewal fund. And again, this phasing was identified when we discussed this in November of 2023, and was identified as the top-ranked option for phasing in the dedicated renewal fund, which helps us reach the target balance within a reasonable amount of time while limiting tax increases. Yeah, so I will leave it there and happy to take any questions, but hopefully that helps explain the slight change.
Thank you. I will go to
I got
turn
the
it
chair
over now.
back.
There you
Yeah,
go.
okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Councilor Salvador introduced it. Councilor Cardinal?
Thank you. So I'm just curious about how binding this is. This is a strategy. It's in line with other choices that have been made, but it's not binding, correct? Like when we get to the fall SOBA, a motion could be moved to change this in some way or what have you, yes?
Yeah, I think this would be similar to what was done with neighborhood renewal in the past, but I would treat this as guidance on which I bring administration's recommended budget. Once we bring our recommended budget, you as council can amend it as you see fit.
So your recommended budget last fall included amounts deposited into the neighborhood renewal fund. And I believe that we could have changed those numbers, but I was not permitted to make that motion because there was something around a public hearing discussion before we could change budget allocations to particular funds.
So that is because neighborhood renewal has a policy, which requires that. So when we bring back the policy associated with this strategy, we would be mindful to not recreate the situations that causes the lack of flexibility.
Right, so this is not like neighborhood renewal in that context.
Yes, and so I guess like the other small nuance here is that this strategy is building a fund over time. Which is what was done with neighborhood renewal, but we're no longer building neighborhood renewal over time. In fact, you were approving a base budget. So the base budget was there. You wanted to amend the base budget. The policy associated with the base budget didn't allow for the amendment of a base budget without a public hearing. I know it's,
I'm not sure I agree, but that's not in front of us right now. That in this instance, you may come with a base budget in the fall that includes all of these strategies, and council would at that point have the opportunity to change these values without a public hearing.
provided we, yeah, as long as the policy doesn't no one introduces anything in the policy that changes the way we approach that.
Right. A policy is not being presented today. This is simply effectively a repayment strategy or an allocation strategy.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate the mover bringing this forward. I just had one small question for administration. So it's noted in the report that fluctuations in investment earnings are not part of the strategy, as any increase from investment earnings goes to pay-go. Is that correct?
That's correct. Whenever increased investment earnings go to fund capital on a pay-as-you-go basis.
And is that still the best approach? Like, would we consider having those, and I'm assuming it's higher than budgeted investment increases going into DERF? Or is that something that could be considered as in part of the development of the strategy?
So sorry, just to be clear, not into the dedicated universal renewal fund. Higher than anticipated investment earnings go to fund capital on a pay-as-you-go basis. One of the reasons that we hadn't, because we did give some consideration to whether we should have that go through to get to repayment earlier. I think the challenge with that is this strategy leaves you with virtually no pay-go in a situation where we see the potential for tariff impacts and all that kind of stuff.
No, fair enough. And you know what, I am realizing my question is telescoping ahead a number of years to when we're through the replenishment and doing the dedicated universal renewal fund, and just wondering if at that point, when we have replenished FSR, when we've replenished the PAYGO annual contributions, do we think about restricting our additional investment earnings to support our renewal deficit? Just being a bit more intentional about that, I guess.
I think at the highest order, my recommendation would be no. You still want to leave yourself some flexibility. In the year that you have additional investment earnings, you can always choose to place that to renewal. Yeah.
Okay, that's very helpful. That was the only thing I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stevenson. Councilor Rice.
Thank you. Yeah, I was selected this one just for voting purpose right now. The new motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor. I'm allowed to ask the question overall. I am only allowed to ask question.
No, ask questions on the motion and ask questions on the report.
Okay, thank you. I just want to get a clarification for that. So in the reports and the motion provided actually is a two portion. I just want to get very clarified. The first portion is about we have this strategy in place to replenish in 5 years for FSR to achieve the minimum balance point. So that is a portion that is strategy in front of us, ask approval. And so the current strategy is a 3 years replenishment, right?
So just maybe a little bit of a nuance. You have in fact already approved as part of the budget, through the budget deliberations, the 5-year repayment of the FSR. We include it here because we thought it was important that you see how these things are working together.
Okay, so if we approve the 5 years strategy, and there are two parts in this strategy. One is about the pay-as-you-go for the reduction, $15 million, and then transfer to the capital. So that is $90 million for the 5 years. In total, we need $200 million. Then for the rest of them, we use the 0.5% tax levy increase covered, right? So that is the strategy part 2. So I saw the headline.
Yes.
That's
so
correct.
The strategy is to include 0.5%.
Yes, 0.5% starting 2025 and to 2030 for the 5 years.
So you've already approved 0.5%
Yes.
and
That's usually included.
0.6% for the FSR repayment. And then to repay back PAYGO, it's 0.5% from 2027 to 2030.
To 2030. So at that point, my understanding is correct. So at that point, the new motion on the floor right now say, and after in 2023, we increase that because we will reach the minimum balance points in 2030. At that point, we increase 0.5% to 0.75% for 3 years. Is that correct, Mover?
Yes.
And also, and 1% beyond in 2023 and beyond 2023. So we did not have the ending years, and use those money and to set up this new funding. We call this a DRF. Is that correct? DRF. So the motion on the floor actually only talk about beyond 2030. So not talk about this strategy. So is that correct? Not talk about the 5-year strategy and how we pay as it go.
I'm not sure I understand your question. Like the wording around 2023 and beyond, the beyond goes to when we achieve the targeted funding level for the dedicated renewal fund.
So from my understanding, look at this motion here. So it's a little bit of gap between this motion and the original motion. I confirmed my question and from you. So thank you. That's my question. I will leave there.
Thank you,
right now.
Councilor Rutherford. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on the thing in the presentation, the slide. It said that there would be the new reserve policy for the dedicated or universal renewal fund would come in 2026.
That's correct.
Do you need direction today from council on whether, like, I actually like the neighborhood renewal check and balance in there. I think it was smart to not have something so important in terms of why taxes were collected. Like, is that, and I'm hearing that admin is not gonna add that. So I guess, do we have to have that debate at council?
I think you can debate that when we bring it back.
Yeah.
At the time the policy comes before you. I appreciate that that is a check and a balance. It's also a significant constraint that perhaps we also, at the time that was created, had not seen what the impact of a pandemic would do and consistent inflation.
Fair. I appreciate that perspective. Okay. But the adjustments, what will come back in the fall supplemental budget, wouldn't be affected by the modifications from this motion on the floor, because these motions, the modifications in this motion on the floor speak to strategy post 2030. Correct?
I would say they speak to your next budget cycle. So you've already done the thing for 2025 and 2026.
Okay.
We're showing you this strategy. If you approve this strategy or if you approve the motion that's here, then I bring back a 2027 to 2030 budget where my administrative budget includes this.
Okay, so
what's
it's not really, but it
contemplated
wouldn't be really a debate that we'd have to have the fall supplemental budget adjustment. We could have that with the 4-year, this council.
Yes, correct.
Okay, okay, thank you. That's all my clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any other questions on this? Okay. All right, so I see no questions. We do have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak to the motion? Councillor Knack.
Talking a lot today. This is fun. Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thank you, Councillor Salvador, for this. I mean, I don't want to oversimplify it for myself, but we got a lot of stuff we need to fix. And we got to pay for it. So we should start building up the fund like we've done with neighborhood renewal, like we did with arterial roadway renewal, like we did with alley renewal. We've got to do that, because if we don't approve something like this, then our infrastructure will continue to deteriorate, and that's not good maintenance. That's not good long-term thinking. So these are always tough decisions. Neighborhood renewal, and Mayor Sohi can probably speak to it more. I bet you actually neighborhood renewal is a little easier even at the first approval stage, because that one was very visible in each community. So it was very quickly something somebody could see. Some of this might not be quite as visible in every way. Some of this might be behind the scenes in a building, but nevertheless, it's infrastructure that is in desperate need of proper funding. And so like we've done over the last now, I think and not just we, I'm talking the communal council we in this, I mean, dating back to 2009, councils since 2009 have been taking very specific work and effort to try to start building up the renewal funds. I think just one quick story was that, and this ties into the road piece, is that the city of Calgary just last year did a study about their roadway infrastructure, and to get a sense of the overall condition of their roads. And I can't remember the exact percentage, but it was in the order of about 30+% of their arterial roadway conditions were in poor condition because they weren't properly funding their infrastructure. And in the report, they highlighted that the city of Edmonton is doing by far and away the best job across Canada of maintaining that infrastructure, because we've had these dedicated renewal funds. And we still have work to do even on our arterial, because now when we first approved that 10 years ago, it was fully funded, and now even that's a little below based off our growth. But all of which to be said is that Edmonton has shown year after year that these types of funds are really logical to supporting the long-term viability of the infrastructure that we own. So for me, we got to fix our stuff. We've got to start this somewhere, and we'll keep modifying like we did with neighborhood renewal. It's I remember neighborhood renewal started, it was 2%, changed to 1.5%. We can be willing to adjust and play with the numbers, but we've got to start it somewhere. So thank you, Councillor Salvador, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Cardinal.
Point of order.
Sorry.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor.
May I ask the voting separate? And for the replenishment, $50 million for pay-as-you-go, and a larger piece for the establishment and the DURF. Is that possible?
I will ask clerk.
Not as structured. The motion would have to be redesigned essentially to make two motions. But that's not what the mover moved.
Yeah, okay. Your intent is to vote us together? Okay, we'll keep it that way then. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cardinal, sorry. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I completely agree with Councillor Knack. This is life cycle costing. This is reserve fund studies. This is sinking funds. This is not new at all. However, we cannot complain repeatedly about past councils and past actions of past councils handcuffing current councils, and then move policy that handcuffs the next council. So there's a bit of a consistency thing here that I would just like to point out. Thanks.
Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I see it slightly differently, that this isn't handcuffing future councils. This is throwing a life raft to future councils. If we don't do this, we're leaving them leaky pipes, potholes, and a lot of trouble. So this is us trying to, say, hang on, we're building in a critical infrastructure support here, rather than just, hey, by the way, High Level Bridge needs replacing, Horlock needs replacing, the LRT cars need replacing, the 50th Street interchange needs replacing, and on and on and on. Again, I just want to go back to our fiscal, our fiscal gap report. We have $34 billion worth of stuff as a city, and the largest amount of that stuff, $14 billion, is our roadways. And we have in this report, so if we're going to start with the biggest thing, it's the roadways. And again, I just think we need to say this over and over and over until we're blue in the face, so constituents understand when you're looking at your tax increase that in our 4-year capital budget, we're spending almost $300 million per year on renewing our road network, and an additional $166 million a year in annual operating expenses to our roadways. And that's huge. And people right now are, complaining about the potholes. I get it. We've already filled 41,000 of them. That's incredible. That's impressive. But this renewal motion is critical, and I support it. But again, this other work that we're doing around substantial completion, around trying to right-size our infrastructure, it's not just renewing the things we have. It's not just putting more insulation on your house. It's also making sure that you've got a working furnace and everything else with it too. So, great work by Councilor Salvador on you've been raising this for the last 4 years. I think seeing this come forward is your persistence has been really, really critical here, and I commend you for your leadership on that, and I'll certainly be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jans. Councilor Rice.
Thank you for this conversation. And I know, and we had the conversation, and we have the conversation regarding our city's financial FSR many times. And the motion actually in front of us, and including the original motion in front of us and the report, actually there are two different problems and we need to resolve. And one is get our FSR back to the minimum balance point. And we are too far away from that. So I understand the strategy, the portion one is the strategy to address how we get this strategy, and then with our current financial situation, and also to consider the future, the long-term version of our city's financial situation to get that minimum balance point back to the normal. And I have no problem, and then to say we should do certain strategy and use some like pay as you go, and then also use some like tax supported funding. But I do feel like to put the financial or budget pressure in the future years, use future money to pay the current expenditures. I against this principle since the budget deliberation, so I voted against it. So I will continue to stand up, not agree with this principle, and use future money to pay the current expenditures, specifically to transfer this future money to our Edmontonians, to the next generations. I think that is not the way I consider it's responsible. That is the portion one. And the portion two, and I support the principle to set up this dedicated universal renew fund. But the way how we set this fund, I don't think the increase, the tax levy, is the only way to do that. We could find different way to do this, and we could explore the different opportunity, and instead, and with on 2023 and with endless years beyond this year to keep increase the tax levy and to do this way. I understand, and for our city tax potholes, roads, sidewalks, we need capital funding to pay for it. But is this the only way? Is there any other opportunity we already did explore? So I strongly against to keep increase our tax levy and to build something, and we don't have specifically really detailed plan how we spend those monies. And with the funding already available, and we have neighborhood renew, we have like public infrastructure fund, and to look after all those infrastructure expenditures and in our city. So with this, I will not support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a break here. We'll start back at 3:45. Thank you. speaking to the motion on the floor. And Councilor Paquette, you are next. Councilor Paquette.
I'm here.
Can
Are you ready
you?
for me to speak?
Yeah, you are ready to speak if you don't mind.
Okay, so, sorry, I just had to get to a secure location. All right,
Here we go.
Yeah, so I'm going to support this motion, obviously. I really take to heart some of the things that were said, and I'm contemplating them actually fairly seriously and deeply. And I understand where some of my colleagues might be concerned about the long-term implication of some of these things. So I think that what I think about most of all is sort of what was mentioned by Councilor Jans, and that was the idea that in many, and Councilor Carmel, they make good points. So let me break it down really quickly. On one hand, you don't want to constrain future councils with their financial decisions, obviously. On the other hand, there is the idea that we do actually need to think beyond 4-year terms when thinking about the well-being of the city. People don't live in 4-year terms. And so, and frankly, neither does the functioning of a city. And so if we can put in place some guidelines that will ensure the stability of city efforts in the long term, we probably should. There's a reason we've got a police funding formula. And in fact, I would say that, you know, this conversation makes me wonder, and we've had this conversation very briefly before, it makes me wonder why we don't have a funding formula for a lot of different areas of the city and policies like what are proposed in this motion for a lot of our different efforts. I mean, we already do that in many ways with renewal. We should be doing it with sidewalks. There's a number of things that are basic requirements for a city that are non-negotiable. And if it is non-negotiable, and we can agree on that, then the funding should also be non-negotiable at a base level. Now, the argument that maybe we constrain future councils, I can see it, but the fact remains that future councils are very free to make their own decisions. They can change policies if they want to, if they find them to be unwise. That's something that is already possible. What this does, though, is it gives them a fallback for some of these decisions, saying it's already in the books. It makes a lot of sense. We don't have to stress out about this, at least this aspect of things. And I think that's really important, especially right now. You know, we're coming out of an incredible time. And in many ways, I have enormous amounts of compassion for this iteration of council. A lot of fresh faces coming into a period of massive instability and working with a very dedicated administration to find some stability and way through. And the numbers don't lie. We actually have come through very well compared to most major big cities. In fact, I would say that we may have come through the best. And that's no small thing to say. You know, we've got a province that is not entirely predictable. We've got an economic situation beyond our control. We've got now these tariffs and this potential trade war. When, you know, I think Councilor Hamilton mentioned this earlier this week on a news show or last week, that we, for some of us who are second termers, we started our term with a terror attack. And we had one in this term. Like, there's been enormous amounts of social and economic uncertainty. And in between that, we had COVID, we had masking, we had Black Lives Matter. We've had all sorts of different, really tough debates. And through it all, our administration has kept their finger on the pulse of the budget, of our finances. And I think that if we can provide some measure of stability through all of this instability, then I think we've done a good job. I'm sorry to take up the full 5 minutes, but I thought that was really important to put into context that this is not just a financial conversation. This is something that provides surety for the future. And that's why I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Paquette. Councilor Councilor Knack, can you take the chair?
I've got the chair.
Cool. Thank you, Councilor Knack, for taking the chair. Yeah. I want to repeat all the things that have been already said, and I agree with all of them. I think one thing that we as leaders in our communities who are given the responsibility to make sound decisions based on the information that is in front of us. And when information in front of you tells you that if you don't make decisions today, things going to get worse into the future. That if you avoid making decisions today, future councils or future taxpayers would have to pay more for those bad decisions. So ignoring our renewal needs and not tackling them head on is a wrong decision. I commend council for making decisions in the past to put together a neighborhood renewal program. That was very difficult to put it together at that time because it was very controversial. People were thinking, why are you raising my taxes 2% now and then 2% forever for next 10 years? But I think we now know how important and right decision that was, because it's helping us tackle a huge deficit that we had in our neighborhoods on the neighborhood infrastructure. Our administration has been reminding us over the last 3.5 years that I've been in this role that we have a deficit in our buildings, a renewal deficit, in our facilities, in our roadway infrastructure as well, and that we need to tackle it. And they put together a strategy of divestment, which is, we support, but that's one part of the strategy, but having a renewal fund is part of that strategy. So it's not about taxing future taxpayers. It is not about that. It's actually making decisions today that will allow us to put together a plan that will actually cost them less in the future. I would be, that argument that we are spending money, that future money to fix today's problem, I would understand that argument if we were talking about discretionary spending, if we were talking about something where we have a choice about. But maintaining your basic infrastructure, there's no choice about that. You have to do it. Otherwise, it's going to deteriorate to a level that is going to stop functioning, which will have devastating impact for our economy, for our community, or you will end up spending far, far much more if you're not proactive. I think that's why it's such a sound motion, right? It's such a sound approach, and such a responsible approach to take in order to maintain what we have. So with that, I will take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
And I will go to Councilor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have too much to say, but I did want to just, comment on a few things that I haven't heard yet in this debate. I understand the tension, and we often feel so much tension in some of these decisions about, are we constraining future councils? And the way that I look at it is that we're actually allowing more flexibility, because I think about this 4-year budget from that we as this council passed, and when we came to the capital budget, it was, we don't have a lot of money to go around, we need a lot for renewal, and any growth should be focused on safety. That was really the conversation, and that feels way more limiting than if we create a dedicated fund that a future council decides, you know what, we've caught up on renewal the way we are comfortable with, and we're gonna reallocate. That seems like way more flexibility than what I was faced with as a councilor. You know, the reality is that even with more focus on renewal in this capital budget than previous percentage-wise, our ratio is only 58% of the 3.6 billion that we need to invest to stay on top of our renewal needs in this recent capital budget. And we see this report in front of us today, and they talk about how, you know, increasing at a successive increase of 0.5% would take until 2047 to reach the ideal state. And in that process, that's really a treadmill, because as you're reaching that ideal state, this says this doesn't account for any inflation, adjustments for inflation. It doesn't account for any infrastructure that may fall into a D or F condition earlier than what was anticipated. There's so many other factors that aren't included in that. And knowing those numbers and knowing those stats that I've shared with you right now, I don't know how we can't support something like looking into how we create that sustainability, how we better maintain our infrastructure. And the last thing I think about is the pressure that on our operating budget. And I think it's kind of like, again, we would be increasing dedicated tax levy to do renewal. But I think about how much we're spending in our operating budget on maintenance. When we hear that staggering number about the potholes, it's like, wow, that's really great that our operations is out there doing that. But imagine if our city ops didn't have to be filling 41,000 potholes, because the roads were actually renewed at their ideal state. So yes, it does add tax levy, but if we don't add it through this capital renewal, in my eyes, we're gonna end up adding it through operations in the long term. So I fully support this, and I thank Councilor Salvador for, as others have mentioned, for your continued passion and perseverance, and for knowing that sometimes you have to make the difficult decisions for the long-term benefit of the city. And I really appreciate that about you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to come on to say that, yes, renewal is very important and something that we need to be taking into consideration, but also the growth is a concern. There comes a time where we have to realize that if everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. And I've said that several times, and I feel that this is one of those instances where it is relative, and we should not be only looking at increasing the taxes in order to address this. Maybe we need to be looking at our growth as well, not just the renewal. I haven't heard anything that at this time that would make me vote in favor of this. I think 0.75 and 1%, it was just too high of an increase for me, and it's a cumulative impact and concerning to me. And as Councillor Cartmell said, we are setting up the future council to take this on, and yeah, I'll just leave it at that. At this point, I'm not in support of this, but I'll listen to what Councillor Salvador has to say in closing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. And really appreciate everyone who's spoken before me. I won't spend a lot of time talking about the replenishment portion of the strategy, other than to say I think it makes a lot of sense and very supportive of it. But I will spend a little bit of time talking about the dedicated renewal fund. Yeah, this is something a lot of us have been really interested in for quite a long time and recognize as a priority. I often reflect on the reality that right now, only around 54% of the ideal renewal funding requirements are being addressed. We know that the gap will widen without concrete action, and we've seen that happen. Over the last few years, I think administration has done a really excellent job of helping us understand the extent of our renewal deficit, and while having that information and knowing that is both alarming and concerning, it's also critically important that we've been able to identify this risk, because that helps us work towards a solution. The creation of a dedicated renewal fund will help ensure a consistent and appropriate level of renewal investment is available to help ensure that our assets remain safe and usable and viable for years to come. As others have mentioned, our renewal deficit has been identified as an ongoing structural budget issue in the analysis of our fiscal gap. We also heard from administration, and others have said this, that underfunding renewal negatively affects our operating budget over time. There are cascading impacts the longer we take to get up to the ideal funding level. And I'm pleased to see that we're taking this step to begin to address this gap. This motion will help ensure that we're building our dedicated fund in a strategic and meaningful way. And I know that it can feel like decisions like this are really far out and a long ways away, but this is about helping set a more solid foundation for future councils and Edmontonians for decades to come, so that there's a higher degree of certainty and predictability that we're going to be able to take care of all of the things that we have built that our community members rely on every single day. Because if we don't, our infrastructure will fall into disrepair, communities will lose valued amenities, operational costs will escalate, we will become less competitive, and we will be subject to even more unstable budget cycles in the future. I'm also reflecting on how critical it is to exercise foresight when we're making these kinds of decisions in order to be responsible stewards of public dollars, and that stewardship extends far beyond four-year cycles. To me, this really is about responsible fiscal management and future-focused planning and decision-making. It is about risk mitigation for something that we already know is a problem. And if we don't do this now, we know with certainty that it is going to cost taxpayers far more in the future. So really appreciate all of the work that administration has done leading up to this point, and would encourage folks to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. We are moving on. Oh, we want to move the, do the extension on the, for the scheduling for tomorrow?
If council would like to change its orders, then now would be a great time, yes.
Yeah, let's do that now. Who would like to move the change of the order for tomorrow?
I can move that the orders of the day for the March 18th, 2025 City Council meeting be changed as follows. Continuation on Wednesday, March 19th, 2025, dinner at 5 to 6 p.m., adjournment at 9.
Second.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, let's vote. Oh, I'm so sorry, Councilor Hamilton, you signed on to, we can just hold on the vote, hold off on the vote, please.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councilor Hamilton, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all right. It took a minute to get the vote through, or to speak to it. As you know, Councilor Paquette and I are in Dorval for FCM, so we won't be able to stay tomorrow. Well, I don't want to speak for Councilor Paquette, but we have a conflict at that time. So I'm going to be not supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for the record, I will not be able to attend tomorrow evening, so I will not be supporting this. I just wanted to let my colleagues know.
Thank you, Councilor Principe. Okay, please vote.
have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. We are on to 7.4. Budget process recommendations for 2027-2030, approach to zero-based budgeting. There's a presentation from admin. Okay, we'll go to the presentation.
So this presentation outlines our approach to the 2027 to 2030 budget development process. As administration, we understand that the importance of a robust and transparent budget process that provides council with the information necessary to guide and make the necessary resource allocations to achieve the city's strategic vision. Maturing our strategic framework in alignment with our budget has been underway for several years, and as the team built their approach, they went back to listen to the debate and revisited various budget discussions to ensure that the budget process captured the intent of council. This approach proposed in this report allows us to further integrate the budget and business planning processes and tie together elements of business planning in order to show measurable progress on strategic priorities, program outputs, community outcomes, and service levels. And our response to council motion formalizes this work. Today with me, I have Stacey Padbury, the Deputy City Manager of Financial Corporate Services, Sarah Klassen, the Director of Service and Strategy in Service Innovation and Performance, and Nancy Chow, Finance Manager of our operating budget, Harm Rai and Aileen Giesbrick, who are here to support any questions you might have. So I will pass it over to Stacey for the rest of the presentation.
Council approved a motion at the end of the 2024 fall supplementary budget adjustment asking for a zero-based line-by-line budget process for the development of the next four-year budget, and that the process include establishing a temporary council budget and finance committee, regular check-ins with council, branch-by-branch presentations including agencies, boards, and commissions, and that those presentations include benchmark comparisons with other municipality for cost and performance levels, consideration for the size of inventory, and any available audit information for each branch. The recommended approach to develop the 2027 to 2030 budget encompasses the following elements that we heard during the robust discussion about that motion. So we heard that council wanted a collaborative and transparent approach between council, administration, and the public, a foundational budget that allows for a full understanding of where the dollars go and how they're being spent, a focus on efficiencies and prioritization and moving funds to the right areas rather than an approach that is solely focused on funding reductions, a budgeted program outcomes clearly defined and service levels that are clearly identified, and you're looking for us to benchmark where possible against other municipalities. You're also asking us to present the budget to you on a branch-by-branch, line-by-line basis in a manner that allows you to ask the questions and understand the respective business areas. We also hear that you're open to considering a hybrid approach. We also heard that you were open to considering a hybrid approach combining zero-based budgeting with other methodologies, recognizing that some areas have legal requirements or minimum standards for certain services. On the flip side, we think we heard some riverbanks. More specifically, you aren't looking for a process that leads to layoffs, outsourcing, or privatization of public services, although zero-based budgeting methodology would generally consider these possibilities. We also heard that council doesn't want the process to simply carry forward the previous budgets, assuming a continuation of services at the same service levels. Neither should the exercise become a cost-cutting measure that ignores the need to reinvest in critical services. And lastly, we heard that council does not want a process that is rushed and does not allow for a methodical or collaborative approach, or is resource intensive and would require hiring a team or consultants. I'm now going to turn it over to the team to walk through our approach.
Administration is committed to fulfilling the requirements of the motion. Recognizing that implementing a full zero-based budget across the entire organization by the end of 2026 within existing resources is not feasible, it also does not fully align with what we heard council is looking for in the budget process. approach addresses both what we heard council is seeking and what they do not want. We focused on the underlying drivers of what was being asked for. Our approach has 3 key focus areas: governance, transparency, and effectiveness. First, to ensure proper governance of this work, we recommend using the Executive Committee for efficient oversight. This will provide the foundation for the process. Next, we're addressing transparency through branch presentations and providing line-by-line budget details so council has better insight. This is phase 1. And finally, we're focusing on effectiveness as part of phase 2. This entails a shift to results-based budgeting in order to demonstrate clear results and outcomes for the corporation and Edmontonians, proving we're using their funds effectively to achieve our desired goals. First, we'll talk about governance. The motion called for a temporary council budget and finance committee to be established, including the mayor, that would report directly to council with regular check-ins. When we reviewed the responsibilities for this new committee, we saw a potential overlap between its mandate and that of the executive committee. Additionally, with the potential establishment of a standing infrastructure committee, some executive committee reports would be rerouted to the new infrastructure committee, creating additional capacity on upcoming executive committee agendas. Recommendation number 1 of the report is to leverage the existing executive committee rather than creating an additional temporary council budget and finance committee, as the purpose aligns with the executive committee's existing mandate, promotes efficiency, and ensures the desired oversight of the budget process. Should council decide to proceed with a separate new temporary committee, additional resources would be required in the office of the city clerk to manage the additional meetings. There is currently no budget available for this. In order to improve transparency and move towards effectiveness, we're proposing a shift in methodology in how we develop our budget, ultimately moving towards a results-based budget system which allows for flexibility of analysis and oversight in budgeting, something that addresses the various requirements in the motion and the discussion council had for it. With a results-based budget, decisions are made not only with financial efficiency in mind, but also with the impact of these investments on the community. Results-based budgeting allows council and administration to consider not just how much will be spent, the inputs, and what goods and services will be delivered, the outputs, but also the effect that investments have on delivering the city's strategic goals for Edmontonians, the outcomes. So inputs are the people, time, and equipment. Outputs are the goods and services delivered. And outcomes are the changes or impacts that result from the outputs. The city has control over inputs and outputs, and our outputs drive results, which contribute to outcomes. The city can influence outcomes, but does not control outcomes, as they have additional drivers such as industry and other levels of government. To put this into context, I'll provide an example focused on transit. To reach an outcome of improved rider experience and growth, an output would be a rapid bus service with 30-minute frequency. The input would be the number of new buses and additional operators. Collectively, this ultimately has a positive impact on mode shift. Recommendation number 4 in the report is to transition towards a results-based budget over the course of the 2027 to 2030 budget cycle through a phased approach. Phase 1 enhances transparency through detailed branch presentations and supplemental information packages in 2026, providing line-by-line budget details and performance information, focusing on inputs and outputs. The process will be modeled after the Government of Alberta's Committee of Supply and Public Accounts Committees, which offer a framework that could be adapted to the city's municipal budgeting process. This will provide committee the opportunity to ask detailed questions following each presentation. As well, it will allow for deeper analysis in specific areas using zero-based budgeting principles as needed, rather than applying zero-based budgeting across the entire organization. Information will be provided in each branch presentation and will include an overview of the branch and its funding model, key cost drivers, and any structural budget variances, staffing composition, outputs and deliverables, services and service levels, benchmark comparisons with other municipalities where possible, and any audit information. Recommendation number 2 in the report is that administration deliver these detailed branch presentations throughout 2026 for civic departments and corporate programs. The motion called for branch presentations to committee, including all agencies, boards, and commissions. In November 2024, an updated municipal funding arrangements administrative policy was approved. One of the key implications is the requirement for funded external organizations to report back to city administration and council as to how city funds were used to achieve the outcomes for which the funds were provided. This reporting helps council hold those organizations accountable for the funds the city provides. Agencies, boards, and commissions are within scope of this policy as the city provides these organizations with subsidies, which are financial assistance or operating support provided outside of a formal funding program. For efficiency, recommendation number 3 in the report is that agencies, boards, and commissions will complete annual reporting on outcomes achieved with city funding through implementation of the Municipal Funding Arrangements Policy A1476A and will present to council through that process rather than the detailed presentations outlined on the previous slide. I'll now turn it over to Sarah Clausen to talk about results-based budgeting and Phase 2.
Thank you. Results-based budgeting is fundamentally defined as a systemic use of performance information to inform budget decisions, either as a direct input to budget allocation decisions or as a contextual information to inform budget planning. This entails using data on outputs, outcomes, and efficiency to make decisions about resource allocation. It's a mechanism that connects the program, services, investments with their achieved outcomes and outputs, leveraging formal performance information for allocating resources. The goal is to ensure public funds are directed to initiatives that deliver the greatest value and impact. We already have many of these puzzle pieces. It's now a matter of connecting and maturing them. These changes will be implemented over the next several years to support Council's decision-making and the development and the implementation of the 27 to 2030 budget. Once we have advanced this, we will be able to describe our strategic goals and the resources the city uses for its programs and services, present both financial and non-financial performance information that demonstrates the standards to which the city's programs and services are delivered, and produce a comparative analysis and reports from one period to the next. These changes will be implemented over the next several years to support Council's decision-making and the development and implementation of the 27 to 2030 budget and capture the second phase of our approach. Phase 2 builds on the improved transparency and moves towards effectiveness from 2026, expanding to include performance measures and community impacts. While departmental presentations to Council will continue annually, each year we will see a further refinement of our reporting and a stronger connection to results and outcomes. This progression will shift our focus from funding allocations and outputs to a system deeply aligned with the strategic planning framework and principles of results-based budgeting, enabling distribution of resources among competing programs and services in alignment with strategic priorities. Shifting to a results-based budgeting will allow the city to connect investments with results, leverage that information to make spending decisions, and ensure that those decisions are delivering the greatest value and impact for Edmontonians. Here's our phased approach to evolving the organization's budget process in line with the council motion. In 2025, before the election, we'll test the process with a couple of branches presenting to the committee. This will allow us to gather feedback and validate whether the level of information provided meets your expectations. We'll also select specific areas for deeper analysis to supplement these presentations, recommending at least one area with a structural budget variance. Again, we'll bring this before the committee for confirmation. Information gathered through this process will be incorporated into the fall 2025 SOBA where required. In 2026, we'll roll out departmental presentations to all departments, allocating at least 1 day per department, with some requiring multiple days. We'll also collaborate with the committee to identify focus areas for the 2026 fiscal year and the 2027 to 30 budget. As we have outlined that a full zero-based budgeting exercise for the entire organization prior to the release of the 27 to 2030 budget isn't feasible. 2026 will primarily focus on developing the 27 to 30 budget. In the fall of 2026, as part of the budget deliberations, we propose providing departmental presentations, though not at the same level of detail as earlier in 2026. This will clearly show what has changed and provide the necessary information for decision-making, effectively bookending the year with presentations. Following the budget's approval, Phase 2 begins. We'll continue providing departmental information, but will evolve and refine the level of detail, aligning it more closely with the results to be achieved with the allocated funding. Over the 4-year budget cycle, Council will have the opportunity to delve deeply into various areas across the organization. Finally, by 2030, we'll conduct a review of the results achieved and develop a budget methodology that ensures Council remains informed at the level they deem appropriate for effective decision-making. I'll hand it back to Stacey to wrap up.
So we just wanted to take a minute to recap our recommendations. So we're recommending using an executive committee in place, using executive committee in place of establishing a temporary budget and finance committee. Administration will deliver detailed branch presentations throughout 2026 for civic departments and corporate programs. For agencies, boards, and commissions, they will complete annual reporting on outcomes achieved with city funding through the implementation of the municipal funding arrangements policy, and will present to council through that process. And lastly, we'll transition towards a results-based budget over the course of the 2027 to 2030 budget cycle. If approved, we'll identify areas to be the test cases in 2025 and proceed to develop presentations and information packages. We will return to executive committee multiple times to gather feedback and validate our process as outlined previously. These dates will likely be in June, August, and September if necessary, and we've confirmed availability on the executive committee calendar to help us plan those meetings. That's the conclusion of our presentation. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. This was selected by Councilor Knack.
Yes, so I guess I'll start by putting the recommendation on. It's currently worded. As long as we get a seconder for that.
Second. Seconded by Councilor Stevenson.
Thank you. No, I'm not going to read it. It's as worded in the report to save time.
You have questions, Councilor Knack?
Yes,
Yeah,
I have some questions. So appreciate the report. I think and appreciate the willingness to sort of test this out in 2025, because I think that's important in this. You know, when we made the motion, I think there was originally a different plan. I'm not opposed to this idea, but I want to sort of see how it plays out in action. So I appreciate that sort of desire to try it out first. There are a few questions I have first before we sort of even get to that, and I think the part I'm still a little uncertain about is how, you know, you've touched on the presentation, you've touched on the report. This is no longer an incremental exercise. This is more of the foundational setting exercise, but there is that caution about using zero-based budget for every single piece. So I think I heard the phrasing about zero-based budget as needed. I'm wondering, like, have you thought a little more about what that looks like? Because that's the part that I'm just like, I understand, because there's a lot of work with that, but at the same time, I don't want to lose the core of what we were trying to do, which is a bit of a foundation-setting exercise.
Yeah, I think that's why some of the presentations will be important as part of 2025, and we'll try to pick test cases that will help us work through that. I would say there are elements where zero-basing the budget probably doesn't make a lot of sense.
Do you have an example?
Things like debt servicing, for instance. We would never probably zero-base debt servicing as a budget.
Yep.
I think we have to think carefully about what a zero-basing exercise looks like in an area that has very, very clear legislative requirements. So if you, for instance, asked me to zero-base assessment and taxation, Like, we already build that budget on the basis of the services that we're required to provide under the Municipal Government Act. And the third thing I would think about is where we have services like fire, where you would first want to understand what is your level of service that you're committing to. How many people do you need to deliver that service? And then just a reminder that 90% of the staff in this organization is unionized. And so a zero-based budget process in a heavily unionized environment comes with different implications. So we just want to be mindful of that.
Sure. And I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole. I want to but I want to pick on the assessment one. And you're right. So there's legislative needs. I guess the question is, as you're developing that process, how do you allow yourself to account for, and I don't know how rigid every aspect of that assessment process is. So, it's not looking at changing the number of staff, but can they I'm throwing random things out. This is don't hold me to the words, but it's like, okay, can they use AI to help accomplish these types of things? Same amount of staff still working, but they can get more done. Like, how do we make sure we don't lose out on is there a creative way to allow the staff to do more work versus this is the same way they've always done it and it's legislative, so we're not going to sort of think about it. I don't think that's how you're looking at it.
I would say that is not how we've ever really looked at our budgets, and appreciate that there's a narrative that it's incremental. It's not incremental and hasn't been incremental without a good look at what we're doing.
Exactly.
So we've very much, if I use assessment and taxation as an example, we've very much been looking at what are the things that we're required to deliver under the Act. How does that change as the city grows and there's more parcels to assess? Is there technology that we can utilize to make those assessments easier? And that would include the potential use of automation technique, AI.
Yeah.
And then so we're always focused Eddie often talks about people budget, time, equipment. I would say in shared services, we're focused on people, process, technology. It's a very similar equation, just slightly different wording.
Okay, great. I'll be close to out of time. I'll come back around. I want to ask about how we do public engagement and how we do that communications exercise. So whoever needs to answer that, we'll come around for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cartmel.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation today. So a couple of questions. I want to build, first of all, off maybe an example that Councilor Knack suggested. So the one slide here says what council does not want to see: outsourcing or layoffs, cost-saving motions, assumptions on the continuations of services. What does that mean for reallocations? So let's say that there is an AI-enabled service that we can provide, which means we can deliver the same service with less actual persons. So those positions could migrate to some other place in the organization. Does this presumption that is on this slide prevent those reallocations?
I don't think necessarily. I think what we heard is you're not looking through this exercise to outsource whole areas, that you're not necessarily looking to privatize public services. I think we're trying to balance that. Normally a zero-based budgeting process would look at those things. And so we would look at what is the best way to provide a service. And then I think our intention is always to redirect what that looks like to the other things that we need to be delivered. There's just a practicality in doing that.
Sorry, that threw me off, that ding. So I'm worried about this a little bit. If we have a tech-enabled thing, that we can do more with technology, but our current thing says that we have a one-for-one person. Let's take, and I hate using examples. So whoever's listening, this is for illustration purposes only. Don't tweet me. If we have a fleet of grass cutters that are operated by robots, and we can do 3 more trimming cycles a year for zero cost, but right now today we say we need a 1-for-1 ratio person to blade, how are we going to be able to defeat that? Are we going to be able to get more efficient on these things? Because if we're saying, effectively what I hear you saying is, we will not employ any zero-based budgeting tenant at all. And there's potential for changing the way we work and modernizing the way we work that makes us more effective and allows us to migrate those resources to other things.
I don't think we're saying that we won't do zero-based budgeting anywhere. I think we're saying that we need to be mindful. We're not going to do it everywhere. So it's not.
Yeah, and I heard the examples.
Yeah.
They make perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
We can't do zero-based budgeting on debt. We'd be breaking the law.
Yeah, and
Right.
so I think, like, if I just use your, and I'm not a city ops person, so I'm gonna answer this strictly from a budget perspective.
Right.
If we employ a technology that means that less people are required to deliver the same service, and you choose not to enhance the service to maintain those folks, then what we do is the same thing we always do when we make decisions. Where can we deploy those individuals? What do our union agreements tell us about how we have to respectfully interact with individuals? And we find the places, and we employ strategies around, like, be it retirement or like different types of strategies to make sure that we minimize the impact on individuals.
We want to be compassionate about this wherever it goes. I completely agree, right? Attrition, job sharing, whatever those other strategies are, so we help people, we don't abandon people, totally. So, and I do agree with, right now today, calendar space is, at a premium. So if we do the first sort of pilot sets at exec, I can agree to that. What if after a few of these presentations, council wants to actually go to a council-led committee, wants to actually do what the motion prescribed? Is accepting this motion, maybe this is to the clerk, is accepting this motion as written, does that preclude shifting approaches in the future?
I would think by the very virtue that we're here, council's governance model continues to evolve.
I have no idea what that means. I mean,
It's council's governance model. If you want to add more committees next month or in 6 months' time after you've tried something, I wasn't trying to be glib. You can change it. This council can change its governance model.
Yeah, so if we try this approach, and we find that this is not working with pace, or that, I'm gonna run out of time. Okay, I'll come back.
And maybe I'll just add quickly, but I think the intent for us is to go through this approach and iterate it as we go through it. So see how it lands, where are the flaws, where are the gaps, and then how do we iterate that as we go through. So I would consider that as part of the iterative process that we're looking at.
Thank you. Councilor Tang?
Great, thank you. I would say, as someone who is a zero budgeting skeptic, I thought your report was very clear and doable. So I'm looking forward to kind of the conversation. I think my questions are just more, obviously I think some parts still need to be thought out. So I'll start with sort of the committee structure. I think what you're proposing makes sense, but if I'm understanding correctly, then each department will have a full day. So then we're looking at 6 to 8 full days of executive committee, in the starting after the pilot phase, right? And we're confident that the other items executive committee might need to deal with, other than infrastructure, would have adequate time.
Yeah, I would just say, I'm not sure that we're necessarily proposing that each one be a day, but that we would plan that and create a schedule that allows you to get to each one, and we'd calibrate that schedule as we went.
And then, is there an assumption that members of the public, like a committee structure, will be able to participate somehow in that committee structure? Yeah.
Defer to the clerk here, but I believe that your process allows for members of the public at any item at committee.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no proposed changes. This is a standing committee, just like the same rules that would apply to an infrastructure committee. We're not making any recommended changes to process. Okay, great. And then just, I think there is a part that says, this is an opportunity for
a collaborative process between council, administration, and the public. Beyond the members of the public can participate and speak to branch presentations or whatever at committee. I guess, how do you foresee Edmontonians be involved in this? You know, I mean, I think there is a great opportunity here, but I also see that takes additional resource and time to do.
So I think we always involve Edmontonians in the process of making the budget. I think what this changes is how they do that. This allows for Edmontonians to come and speak about budget at several, much more often than the previous process had us doing. We would do, as part of our administrative budget, some engagement work with Edmontonians across different groups as part of our communications planning or comms and engagement plan for budget. But this definitely introduces more interaction. But you've always had a process where people could come to speak to you about budget as part of a non-public hearing.
Yeah, and I, you know, potentially, anyways, I think I appreciate that, and I think with the results-based budgeting approach, you can, that alone can really drive some of the citizen engagement opportunities. And then I guess the other piece I'm curious about is, like, I'm imagining a little bit like a post-election orientation where we do get that individual presentation. Like, is there an opportunity there to integrate sort of the orientation piece about this is what we do, and this is what it costs, and, you know, like, I'm wondering if that was floated when you were designing this.
You were talking about like the council orientation prep, where we shared what our budgetary process is.
Or like, what does the city do? What does each department, you know, like, I remember, it's been a while, but I remember like, this is how transit works, and these are the different areas, and.
Yeah, we're in talks with the team putting together the council onboarding to understand what we would put in the council onboarding and then what we would follow up in those department presentations. So yes, laying some foundation in there and then having the chance for council to really dig into each department.
Great, thank you. And then just one more, I guess, like, I'm trying to imagine these presentations a little bit. Are you thinking this would be kind of largely the current format, branch manager level, or, you know, how, because I feel like you were trying to dig into, based on what some of the things I've heard from previous discussion, like, I think implementation is really important. Would the implementation team, you know, be able to present, you know, how do we get that frontline voice also actively involved? Because at the end of the day, that would affect, you know, their bottom line too.
I guess, like, maybe just being a little bit unclear on what you mean by frontline. I would say that internally at the City of Edmonton, when we undertake budgets, we often do a process where departments review their budgets. So each branch comes and shares with ELT as a collective. What is their budget? Like, what do they do? How do they do it? How is it funded? What are their drivers? And all of the information in those presentations is built within the branches with input from the folks that work there.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm over time.
Councilor Paquette?
No, that was an error. Thank you.
Okay, you didn't mean to speak then at this time, I will assume. Councilor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Just, I wanted to dig into a few themes that have come up. Really excited about the results-based budgeting. I think that will be great. With the executive committee, for me, I appreciate the recommendation to have it as part of exec rather than standalone, but I do think there is value in having sort of dedicated agendas to this exercise. So I heard in an answer before that they might be blended, but I think there could be a lot of value in just having dedicated time at exec, so it's a day on budget.
Yeah, so sorry, I didn't mean to confuse there. What I think I was saying is you might have a day on budget, but it doesn't necessarily mean that every department requires 1 day.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think that will just help with the discussion and keeping our heads wrapped around one thing at a time, I guess. The report references sharing information about staffing composition. Will that include an org chart, sort of down to the unit level?
It would, I think, potentially include some information on org structure, but probably not a detailed org chart down to the unit level. But we would tell you how an area is structured.
Tell us how.
Like, so if I just use I'm just going to use maybe Harms Branch as an example. So financial services has different sections. Financial operations, so where we receive and pay for things like accounts receivable, accounts payable. He's also got a team of corporate accounting and reporting that focuses on transactions reporting. You saw that team here earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's got another team of embedded finance analysts that work alongside the department. And so we would show you how a department is structured, but we wouldn't give you an org chart that lists the names of all those folks.
Oh, and not names for sure, but just like numbers of positions. So like in this unit, there's a tech 1, tech 2.
Yeah, we could do, well, maybe not at that level. We would likely tell you in this area, there is this many people, and in this section, there's this many people. But this is, I think, like one of the things that we'd have to test. We'd bring you that, and if you wanted more detail, you could tell us and we'd update it for the next one.
Okay, perfect. This one might be a bit tricky, and I know it will vary a lot between different areas, but is it possible to include context around the origins of a work unit or a work area? So like this was motioned 20 years ago, and then we kind of forgot about it, or this was a recent. And I know that will be tricky because things shift, but is it possible to bring some of that background?
I think it's possible where we know it and still have that history in the organization.
Yeah. Okay, great. Recognizing it won't be complete, but I think those can be helpful guideposts. Then the other thing, and I think Councilor Knack touched on it a little bit, this idea of areas of focus. So I think there was reference to, focusing on the areas of structural budget variances. And my instincts are actually in the opposite direction. So I feel like we have a lot of scrutiny, a lot of focus on areas that have structural budget variances. I'm more interested in some of the things that I think are maybe just like below the radar right now. So when you talk about areas of focus or priority areas, how are we making sure that we're just capturing some of the stuff that's just been there for a while?
Yeah, so I think our intention would be able to capture some of that throughout the process. I think when we select the areas to test, so I would say we obviously need to do some work on structural budget issues, and that is work that we continue to carry on, whether they're an area that show up as part of the test case in the test cases that we do in 2025. I think when we bring you test cases, though, we will select test cases that are diverse, like some that are structural budget issues, some that aren't, some where we might see that outcomes are outperforming, and do you know what I'm saying?
Right. So we'll get a variety of test cases to sort of get a sense of the different typologies of areas. Okay, that's wonderful. Really appreciate it. Really excited for this work to come and for the recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Rice?
Thank you. So this reports come back regarding the zero-based budgeting. In the presentation, we actually talk about two different approaches. So I just want to get some clarification here, because results-based budgeting is totally different from zero-based budgeting. Yeah, I was doing 3 years in government of Alberta for the results-based budgeting. So first of all, I'm going to go through these 4 recommendations. The first one, executive committee. Executive committee then is administration. Use executive committee to form this temporary committee is administration committee, is not a council's committee, right?
No, we would be using executive committee to do the function that you were seeking.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So for the rest of the month of this council, or they continue to the next council?
So when council adjusts its governance structure, that continues. Council's a continuing body. I am not aware of executive committee going away between now and the next council, so I would assume
so
if
that's
this
will
motion passes,
continue.
it'll just continue.
Okay. So the ABCs, for ABCs, it's my understanding they are providing the annual reports under the current situation. And then they do not.
So just, I think when we use the term civic agencies or agencies, boards and commissions, they mean different things. So I just don't want you to mix up the the city agencies that you create under bylaw, which you have advisory committees. That's not what Stacy's talking about. Those annual reports and those policies and guidelines apply to particular bodies like WAVE or EDSAB. That's not what this is. I'll let Stacy explain more clearly what this actually is, so I don't contradict.
Okay, so this ABC is different from the council's advisory committees.
They are, at the risk of being unhelpful, they are a type of civic agency, but that's not what this is talking about.
So then why is that? If we're talking about that is a type of that we should include in all the ABCs.
Because they don't have a budget, Councillor Rice. So this is a budget exercise, so WAVE doesn't have a budget. I'm thinking of some of the other organizations or some of the other civic agencies that we do support. The budgets are within our own branch budget. This is not that exercise, just to be clear. So your advisory committees are not included in this because they don't have their own budget.
They don't have their own budget. That's its own difference.
So when we're talking about agencies, boards, and commissions, in reference to this motion and our budget, we're talking to the agencies, boards, and commissions listed in the budget binder only.
Okay, so that is some bigger ones, like Explore Edmonton or some other sense like that. Okay, so even though they don't have a budget, but we still provide the operating budget under our. We don't provide operating budget to those advisory boards. Advisory committees, right? There is no money and for those council's advisory committees.
So I'm not going to say there's no money. They don't have their own budgets. The budgets are allocated within each appropriate branch budget. And as the money that's been represented in the annual reports, off the top of my head, I think it ranges between $50,000 and $75,000 a year that is covered within the branch budgets. There's a few exceptions, but it's a very small amount of money because they're not separate entities. I think what Stacy and Nancy are talking about are external organizations in the budget book.
I still have a question, but I want to use the time to finish number 4. The transition towards to results-based budgeting over the course of the 2027-23 budget cycle. So it's my understanding, I want to make sure it's correct. So for 2027-23 budget cycle, we implement zero-based budget.
That is not what we're recommending here.
So this is why I try to I'm confusing here. I want to understand is then during that budget cycle, we start transition work towards the results-based budget. So which one is proper understanding? And that means right now we're going to do the results-based budgeting, not zero-based budgeting?
So I think what we're proposing to you here, and why I started with what we heard, because we're trying hard to listen to what we're hearing from councillors so that we capture the intent. A full zero-based budget process across the entire corporation is not something we can do with our current resourcing and probably with our current time frame. So what we're proposing here is changes to the way we budget, the incorporation of zero-based budgeting process in certain aspects where it makes sense, and then a different type of delivery presentation in how you see the budget, with the goal to ultimately move to results-based budgeting in the next budget cycle.
My time is out.
Thank you. Councilor Knapp, can you take the chair, please?
I've got the chair.
Thank you. Really appreciated reading through this. I just wanted to start with maybe some higher level questions and just zoom out for a second. How, and I apologize if I missed this, but how do we plan on measuring the success or evaluating the transition to a results-based budgeting approach? How do we know if it's more, or how will we know if it's more effective than other models?
We don't know exactly how we're going to measure it, but we do have that as part of the process that we will evaluate over at the end of the term and throughout to see how it's going. I don't know if I have a solid answer of how we would measure it, but we definitely will be measuring it, if that helps.
And I think, because our first focus as part of results-based budgeting is going to be measuring the effectiveness of services and determining if they're achieving our outcomes. It's a thing that we think about, but we don't do it that as robust as we should, which I think is in part what makes it challenging to make those difficult budget decisions.
Yeah, and I guess that leads to my second question, just around how we plan on establishing performance criteria and how we plan on establishing, what are the intended outputs and outcomes. And it raises questions in my mind about some things are easier to measure than others, and some have very discrete data points that are easily tied to outcomes and outputs. Others don't, but they could still be very important. And I'm thinking sort of the qualitative versus quantitative conversation. How are we thinking about that? Sorry, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's a great point, that there are some things easier to measure than others. We have our enterprise performance measurements, and we're doing that across the corporation in a lot of different areas. We're doing some excellent work in how we measure, and so it's really looking at it collectively to see what areas might be missing, which ones are more difficult to measure, and what do we have to put more information or more effort in there, what data points we might be missing, and be able to bring that forward. So we're definitely not starting from scratch. We've got some great areas to leverage and build upon. And I think with that work, that really lets council look at those outputs and ask the question, is this the output we're looking for? Is this the right service level? How much do we want to invest in this? And are we getting our value for money? So that we have some maturing to do in that space, but we've got a really good foundation that we can definitely build on.
Okay, that's helpful to know. And so recognizing where we're at in this process, this direction has been provided. We're going down this path. But I'm also wondering, are there learnings that we're taking from other municipalities who've maybe transitioned to a results-based budgeting process? Things to watch out for, potential blind spots, this is a pretty significant shift, and, very open and optimistic about this process. But yeah, it's a big shift. So what learnings are we taking from other jurisdictions?
Okay, so whenever we do budgets, I do think that we connect with organizing, like similar sized cities. There's open dialogue between cities on what we've done, what we've learned. I would observe that often sometimes we're trying some of these things earlier than other cities are trying some of these things. But we always, with that in mind, throughout budget processes, we debrief on what worked, what didn't work, what did we hear from council, how should we adjust, and this is part of our adjustment going forward. We'll continue that process of walking through, here's how we do budgets in Edmonton, and learning from other organizations around us.
Okay, and would you put this sort of in that similar category of Edmonton sort of taking that step, maybe be before other jurisdictions, in a measured way, of course? Or are other cities doing this already?
I think there's other cities. You want to take this?
Your questions, who else is doing results-based budgeting? Yeah, absolutely. We looked at kind of a jurisdictional scan. Baltimore is kind of a leader in that space. So what they kind of see as kind of some of the key achievements that they've seen is some improve public safety programs, in this example in Baltimore, some of the health services and environmental initiatives. Some of the key steps they took in the process: priority setting, proposal submissions tied to priorities, review and ranking, and data collection and monitoring are all kind of the pieces that we talked about. Some of the challenges, you already talked about one of them, defining the outcomes, some data gaps, and then some resistance of shifting that. So definitely looking at other municipalities who else have done it.
Do we need a second round, or we already got a second? Councilor Knack, you're on second round, or? Okay. I'm good. Okay. Okay, so you want to break here?
Did we want to do any agenda management or quorum checking for tomorrow?
Okay. Let's see where we are. So we are on 7-5, right? 7-4, sorry. We have 7-5 remaining.
Yes, you do.
What else?
7-6.
7-5, 7-6, 7.
And all of the private reports. And our 2 bylaws, yes.
Okay. And we're scheduled till 9 p.m., right?
That was the motion that you made, but I think the clerk's advice is very valid, that we should do a quick check to confirm we will have quorum after 5 p.m.
We wouldn't? Okay. So let's see. Councilor Wright, are you? Councilor Knack?
Yeah, I'm
Councilor Principe is not. Councilor Stevenson, you're not. Councilor Paquette is not, because you're there. Councilor Tang?
Yes.
That is 3. I will be here for Councilor Hamilton can't join as well, right? Councilor Rutherford is yes. Councilor Cardinal? No. Councilor Rice?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Jans?
Yes.
Yes. So how many are there? 8. Okay, cool. We'll carry on.
No bathroom breaks.
Only one at a time.
Yeah. Okay.
Become virtual.
Okay. All right. Okay. We will see you tomorrow.
We'll pick back up with 7.4.
We will start back at 7.4 at 9:30?
9:30.
Okay.
Should we just sorry, the point of order, should
Yeah.
we just move to the next round, or just so we can start fresh?
Well, we'll do it tomorrow.
All right,
Yeah,
okay.
we'll do it tomorrow. Okay, thanks.